Hello and welcome to Tales of Temple Tankard. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind, and I am your dungeon master for Avress the Shattered World here in the Temple Tankard Discord servers and YouTube channel. Hey, folks, we're back. I had a little bit of a hiatus because of a couple things that I had going on. And just a quick announcement there: I will not be here. We will not be live next week because my youngest is turning 18, so we're going to be able to be a blowout party for them. So anyway, wanted to. But are here today, getting back into it, and picking up kind of where we left off. As last week, you guys had effectively ended the war between the Giants of the Thundering Steps and
Uh-oh.
batching the. What happened?
You're
Your
frozen.
internet.
No, it's totally
You're a
fine.
robot.
That's not me. Totally fine signal. Okay, whatever. We'll see. Like, I had no problem here whatsoever. So okay. Anyway, um, we all good now?
Mhm.
Good. Okay. So you guys had ended the war, effectively ended the war with with the Giants of the Thundering Steps by dispatching their leaders, namely Chief Fob, the blobby, massive uh, chief there, like highest ranking chief of the group, and the Etten wizards, Elgar and Olgru, who had a whole group of fanatic followers along with some clerics that had been dispatched who were mostly human, but all seemed to have the trappings of Nero, the god of murder. Seemed to be what the one spearheading the efforts to bring the giants back to life over and over again to keep fighting. Um, with the chief Rosta had effectively as the fight was winding down, she had rallied her group, her troops loyal to her, and came in and effectively ended the fight by having her people dispatch those clerics and take them prisoner and put them down. As even she was not thrilled with the progress of the war or anything else. So, um, with that though, she agreed to surrender and stand down and end the hostilities. And upon reaching the general of the Dravier troops, I learned that they had effectively withstood the assault of the giant troops there, both in their main base and their southern borders, especially with the help of a goblin skirmishing group that had come in there as well. Um, in the aftermath, you were brought back to Dravier to meet with some of the folks there, including the king, who actually did um, offer up, if you wish, the mansion that belonged to Father Corway. It is empty since he abandoned it, um, and effectively, it is yours to use as you see fit. So, while it's a large place and you're not um, you're able um, to check the place out and effectively use it whenever you wish, whenever you're in town. Um, we kind of left off there in Dravier as people kind of figure out what they wanted to do next, determine where they wanted to go, who they wanted to check in with, who they wanted to see things. But you have the time to yourselves essentially to decide where you're going, what you're doing, who you want to see, who you want to discuss things with, and what information you want to look up. So, what would you like to do?
Same thing we do every day, Pinky.
Yep, take over the world.
um,
Great show. Maybe find an alchemist for all of the toenails that we've been cutting off all these people for the last little bit here.
I mean, you know a few of them. Yes,
Yeah,
not a problem.
yeah. Um,
I mean, more in terms of like not like loot and stuff. Like, what do you want to do? Like overall wise, not the immediate like
yes.
minute things.
Ooh. Oh gosh. Yeah, so what did we figured out a bunch of things at the end of that mess. Uh ooh. Where to next, y'all? It's looking like the big scary other continent. Um it's kind of
We
where
need to,
everything
we need to
is.
find Corwin, don't we? Really?
Yeah.
We do. I
Well,
don't
we've
have
met
as much
him.
beef with him as you guys do, but you know.
Spy on him because you've met him.
Well, it wasn't him though, was it?
Yeah, it was him when we rescued him from his mansion. Rescued him from the demons that he was in control of, or that we didn't know. We thought that was definitely him, wasn't it?
Yeah, but he was appearing as a half elf when he was really an elf, so it probably wasn't his true.
Wait,
Was
so
For
it?
you've met
him,
this guy before?
we met him in his mansion. Apparently, his mansion was overrun with demons, and he was being held by some kind of shadow demon. So we went in and we fought it, and we thought we'd rescued him, but then it turned out that he was an evil git.
Was he? Okay.
Oh, he still is.
Well,
But
I'm
he's very rich. He's got lots of money, and he's makes himself out to be this wonderful person who's very charitable and helps the needy and helps homeless people and everything and orphan children. But then he uses him for his own means and exploits things and people, and it's
I
basically
mean,
he's
like
horrible.
what you discovered. I mean, to kind of clarify a little bit there, is I mean he did help many children and did have organizations, but there was a small percentage of that was used for other purposes and that they did other things with. So, yeah, so for the most part, he kept up a good front and did have charitable organizations, did help the needy and the homeless and the children and everything else like that. But there was always this small percentage of folks that he did other things with, obviously, including Wraith and Elgar and Olgru and but I mean as you had talked to Kiva previously, she went through one of his essentially orphanage type programs and everything else that and came out very well
Yeah,
and never had any inkling that there was anything dark or sinister about him.
no,
So it's an unfortunate thing that he did help, but at the same time there was another motivation hidden beneath the surface.
hmm
And luckily for everyone, he didn't uh, do anything so obvious that it was detrimental to everybody he came across.
yeah,
and from what you've
Yeah.
told me, that Wraith character, he's pretty gnarly dude.
he was pretty gnarly. He definitely was.
And as the images here, this is Corwayne's mansion in Dravier. So obviously you can spend some time there. Yeah.
We also took an item from his sister in Ravenscrest that was allowing her to communicate with him.
It was a mirror.
With Corwin?
With Corwin, yeah.
Yeah.
Corwin's sister lives in
Yeah.
Ravenscrest next to.
Yeah, S
Yeah.
did that, or not S. Eldon managed to set up the little thing in the clothing shop and messed all that up for her.
So we have a way of communicating with him that we know is connected to him. So why couldn't you scry on him then? If we have something that
Oh.
belonged to him?
It didn't belong to him. I don't think.
Well,
Why not
what
just
you
call
do know of it,
her?
so you do know it was essentially was a sending device. But like obviously you could talk to him. Essentially it's a magic mirror that would allow it to communicate with the corresponding mirror that he held. So yeah, it's effectively no longer. I mean, you don't know if it's still functional or not because obviously, I don't think you have it on you currently. I think it was left back at like under lock and key somewhere in your place. Or maybe Eldon still has it back at your place. So yeah, so but yeah, that is a device that is linked to him somehow, or something that he has. Whether it's still functional or can be used in some way, you can experiment and see. Lucas, you are aware. I mean, you did meet him, and though he was disguised, it was still him.
Yeah.
So, and one thing to clarify, looking back on it, and he was not under a magical disguise. It was a practical disguise. So he just made himself look older than he really was, and a little less elf than he really was.
Yeah.
We just really suck at perception rolls that day.
No, he's had 200 years to perfect the disguise.
No, there's that.
Yeah, you do realize that talking to his sister that he's well over 300 years old.
Yep.
Did he leave his mansion in a hurry, or did he have time to pack and everything?
He seemed to have taken everything with him. I mean, there's still something. There are still like there's still furniture here. There's still there probably are some articles of clothing that are like left aside there, but there's nothing of like any real value. It was all taken. It's one thing. You guys are perceptive enough and checking things out enough. You will note that the place is being watched. By members of the syndicate.
Yeah.
Who are basically just, and that's one thing you were informed, I believe last time, that syndicate had been keeping tabs on it, and if he ever did show up again, they would report it. So they do have people watching the place, and they'll continue to do so, unless you guys move in full time or anything else. But they are still keeping tabs to make sure he doesn't show up again, and if he does, that he can be dealt with or taken into custody or whatever needs to be done.
I've never actually had a place where we lived. Is that something we want to do here?
So we have a place called Raven's Crest. Yes, it is.
I've not been there.
We have a house there that we can use. We have a house here that we can use. None of them belong to us, but
The one in Raven's
what
Crest is effectively yours as long as you want it.
yeah.
From what I'm understanding, they're giving us this house, so it's now ours.
Yeah.
So effectively, think of it as it is owned by the king, and he is allowing you to use it indefinitely. There's not like a deed of transfer it over to you permanently, but feel free to use it as much as you want. It is yours as long as you want it.
I thought it was owned by Corway.
It was. It's been seized by the kingdom.
Is there anything of Corway's in the house?
Lucas mentioned that. There's some furniture. There's some some clothing left behind, but nothing of real value.
I'm not talking about value. I'm talking about being able to scry on him.
I mean,
use an article of clothing.
I mean, if it's something he really used, I mean, or I mean, the idea of like your entire wardrobe, there are things you wear a lot and things you don't wear a lot, and some things you have for that once in a decade occasion or whatever. You don't really find much in the way of like everyday clothing. It's sort of like this thing's tucked out of the way, things that like I said, the primary like wardrobe is empty. Most of his like real belongings are there. But I mean, yes, you could use what he's there. As I said, you've seen the man, you've met him, you talked to him. Even though he was in disguise, it's still something you know who he is.
Are there any photos of him?
I mean, there are. Sure, there are some paintings around. Probably not of him actually. I don't see any of him around. There is a small gallery in one section there of a number of young people. Um, you kind of get the impression these are like those success stories or people that have gifted paintings to him because they've made something of themselves and as sort of a thank you. Again, no one had most people had no idea of his darker influences, so he definitely had paintings of those people he helped and were in measures of success now.
So we obviously will attempt to scry at him, or Lucas will.
Sure. Okay. I believe that's going to be a wisdom saving throw. And let me see. Actually, let me double check them real fast. I want you to give me a charisma check, just for a very specific reason. Yep. Okay. Excellent. Okay. So the one thing is that you definitely the spell takes hold. There is a connection. There is something like you start to see sort of a wavering image. It takes shape there, and it is immediately violently splashed out. Like you like, and for just give me one more perception check too to see what kind of before it kind of comes and goes. Okay, very good. So you will see as the image starts to come into focus, you start to kind of see. You will see sort of a what looks to be a very ornate and like a mansion and grounds. However, there's no greenery. There's no like trees or topiary or anything like that. It's sort of like on a terrace, overlooking the sort of a courtyard kind of area, but it is all blackened and blasted and just dead looking. Obviously, was a very nice looking place at some point. Um, you kind of see, but the last thing you see before it gets winked out is there is a very large sort of almost spectral demonic figure that just lashes out with a hand and rips the sensor away. Like, and with that archon, with your experience, you have definitely a massive looking demon. In fact, you've seen this one before. It is oh my gosh, my brain just went blank on me. The last coin. One moment, please, as I pull up the right name so I don't screw it up. It is a Balar. That's right. I kept thinking Balrog in my head, and I knew that wasn't it. A Balar demon. Yes. Just massive hulking looking thing.
A Balrog of course.
Yeah, it is effectively a Balrog. I mean, it is a large horned face, broad head, a mane of sort of like hair, glowing eyes, and just massive looking hands. And it's yeah, you don't see the weapons or anything else on it, or even the wings or anything else. Briefly, maybe sort of folded, sort of like the kind of clawed wings poking up over the shoulders there. But again, spectral looking, not really a yep, not really something that you can see clearly. Sort of that sort of shape you see there as the scrying sensor is shredded. There's a moment.
Is there like a sorry, Jim? Is there like a study or a library in here?
Absolutely. There are. There's the library is you'll find there is sort of like a reading room, parlor, sitting room kind of thing like that, with some very beautiful looking like velour type couches and seating areas and what's that. There is a library with just tall like floor to ceiling shelves and all sorts of volumes on there. Glancing over the titles, if you who's ever in there, it's all just sort of generalized like um, uh, history books and nothing of real like it's there's a whole section on uh effectively fiction of different kinds, um and just nothing of like any significance. um I mean, it's there's tomes of history, tomes of fiction essentially is kind of what you find on the shelves in there. No like field guides on uh nothing of practical use, let's just say.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna just keep looking around in the building, find a study,
Sure.
someplace where he would keep like his personal notes.
Yeah.
See if maybe we can find a connection to why he's doing this.
Okay. Give me a your perception or investigation. See what you stumble across. Anyone
Investigation.
else want to do the same thing? Obviously, kind
Yeah.
of move around, try things out. See
Yeah,
what
go
you
for it.
stumble across.
Investigation, because I have a +10 in that
Yeah, exactly.
for 23.
Okay.
I don't see anything.
Eskimo, because I mean, you find yourself just sort of like looking at all, like kind of looking at the fancy furniture. You find things like this is interesting. Oh, it's just a basic. It's like you kind of flip through the books and there's got to be something really important in here, and there really isn't. Even an amethyst. Let's see. So amethyst, um, you will eventually find um a set of logs, essentially, of people who and it's mostly like a lot of names and dates. And what catches your eye on that, flipping through it, there is just it's and there's abbreviations by it. Each one here, you kind of pick together. It's sort of like everyone. It's a log of all the people that have gone through the various programs that he's had. And when you find one for um, uh, school of um, or so the title is School for the Underprivileged, essentially. You will find Kiva's name in there and a date corresponding to when she would have been about 17, 18 or so. Well, when you would be 17 or 18 as well, since she's the exact same age as you. Um, there is no mention at all uh, of Wraith in there. And no mention of anyone you would assume could have possibly been Elgar Ogru. These all seem to be legitimate. And there's like probably there's hundreds of names in here, stretching back decades. Athena,
Mm-hmm.
you will find it's sort of you kind of like you find a in kind of a study you kind of find uh you find a desk and start rifling through it there, and there's like ink wells and blank paper and parchment and whatever else that, and just things you would normally find in a desk there. But in one of the desks, kind of wedged, kind of in the back, like it had been kind of like a stack of papers and the like paper had been like kind of stuck back there. You will see a parchment that effectively it's sort of a page from maybe a manifesto or something like that. Very old, weathered yellow paper. Um, uh, Effectively, the gist of it reads, "We will remake the world. We will make it a place where we dominate, where we control. The Dark King uh, will rule, and I will help." Kind of thing. It's the gist of it, basically. It's like there's a little more to it than the page than that, but effectively, yes, it is a page very old of someone making a declaration that they will help the Dark King.
I don't reckon. Well, I wouldn't recognize the handwriting because I haven't seen. Like,
You would-
I can obviously see Corwayne's handwriting, but this one would not match that one.
Well, I mean, actually, you would. It does match. It says Corwayne's writing.
Oh, ha, ha, ha. I'm gonna show it to the party.
Effectively, yeah. It's essentially. Go ahead.
Look at it's a manifesto page, I think. Corin wrote it because I showed them the other papers that I believe with his signature on it. Are we
Handwriting's a match.
sure? Yeah. Are we sure that Rary's behind this and Corwin isn't the one behind it?
Well, we know they were together, and we know that they killed people back in the day, and they both supported the Dark King. So
Rary wouldn't be that old. Rary, he essentially what little, and you kind of got a little gist of this before here. Essentially, Rary was part of the generation of wizards that reformed the White Tower in there after the Dark King was killed. So again, Dark King 250 years ago, he was put down. Rary at this point would be probably about 130, maybe 140 years old. Because the expedition was lost 86 years ago, and it's assumed that he was somewhere in his 40s or so, 40s or 50s during that expedition.
yeah, but Rary was the traitor that betrayed the rest of his group, didn't he?
It seems to be that way, yes.
And did he do that to basically then assist Corwin with his, like, whatever his mission is to bring the Dark King back?
Sounds like Corwin has been the mastermind behind it all.
Oh yeah.
And then Rary was just caught in the middle
Another
of
one
it.
of his minions.
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
Harry was useful and did what he needed him to do.
Yep.
Yeah,
Definitely an
I mean,
ally in what was being done, yes.
we don't even know that Rary wasn't controlled in some way. But it does seem that Rary is still on that side of things, because obviously we saw that he was the one that summoned those devils that came and attacked us and tried to take the prisoners from us. So
I did miss this part, but did you not say one time that the coins could take possession of a person? And what if he's holding one of the other coins? Yeah,
we know
Corwin has that.
there are still two to find, and I think that Rary has the other one. I don't know for sure, but it's a good possibility.
Yeah. Your feelings in the Corwin has the Baylor coin.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it has had it since it was formed. And so the other coin is involved in some way as Trexer's coin, the Pit Fiend. He's also in some way involved. And Trexer
so that's a trip.
And Trexiarch it was instrumental in killing off the expedition because Athena, you saw it.
I did.
You see it fairly often, in fact.
I do. It haunts my dreams.
Yep.
It's not fun. I have told the story to the party quite a few times to make sure that, all the details have been covered.
Yeah. And it's very similar, different perspective, but very similar to the description that Mavel, Ironar, and Perrin had given. Say same fight, different camera angle.
Mm-hmm. So I guess the next step is then not just track them down, but also figure out why. Like, why do this other than bring back the Dark Lord and the Dark King? And if we brought back the Dark King, how did they figure out that Shattered Souls were a key to doing it? And if it was a key, then what's the point of the coins? They're not trying to actively get their hands on the coins. We have the majority of them in our possession. So
the coins were basically created by the Dark King, and he held those creatures in the coins and was able to use their powers to assist himself with whatever evil deeds he was doing. So then those coins were given to his generals of his, his supporters in the war and everything. So we know that Corwin was a big supporter. We don't know where the other coins were before the people who have had them got them.
Yeah, you do know that two of the entities bound to the coins betrayed him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and why would they do? Well, we know why the succubus lady did it.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
she
Right, she was
didn't.
a succubus.
Well, the other one's a hag. Yeah.
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 The
Which
hag
is
makes
why.
sense because she's done good things with it.
Yeah.
I mean, the hag is the reason why there is a nation of Dravier.
Yes.
Because she was instrumental in helping the princess escape and get up to Oris, and then helped influence her in ways to take control and form a nation.
So we know that, but the succubus lady, my character doesn't know this, but did it because she didn't like how it was feeling and it wasn't right, and she wasn't able to do anything of her own free will.
Yeah.
But like
caged devils aren't gonna
no,
aren't gonna stick around.
So like then comes into what was the purpose of having those specific deities or those specific demons? Have we figured that out?
What, and just to, you guys want to pipe in here, but just to remind you guys, it's been so long. They were effectively just servants, keys to power, things that could be used to help turn the tide of battle, to help.
But it had nothing to do with like he knew them personally. They were
not sure. I mean, it's. I mean, whatever the Dark King did, he did the rituals that bound these entities to the coins. Why he picked these ones specifically, or how he knew, has been lost to time at this point. He was a very powerful wizard.
Do we have a map of the other continent?
There is no good map of the other continent. It's one of those things that has not. There is a sort of rough outline of a map, and some names that have been put out there.
It was the whole point of the expedition to do that.
Partially, yeah. Also to go and just see what it was now. I mean, it had been at that point. It had been over 1,000 years since there, so they wanted to see what was the state of the place, what was going on, what was there. So
I was thinking the expedition must have been heading to somewhere. They must have known somewhere.
Yeah,
they weren't just going blind.
So, and if that's the case, if they knew that they were heading somewhere, they weren't just going in blind. Somebody had to give them that information. They were going there. Who gave them that information? And why was it at that point that Rary decided to betray that group?
Power?
Well, why betray them at all? Like, all they're doing is investigating the other island or the other continent. Why Why at all?
Maybe they found something over there. Maybe they discovered something that
Hmm.
maybe they got the coins. Maybe they found the coins when they went.
It's possible. I mean, and then that's how they got over. No, because weren't the coins already in existence and
Yes.
before they went over there?
Oh yeah, quite a bit more. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
The coins were created like over 250 years ago. The coins were created. The expedition was 86 years ago. 80,
Right.
80,
So
85, 80, yeah, 80, 87 years now. But yeah,
There must have been something that they were looking for there that they found and wanted to keep from the others or something.
what little you knew about the expedition, you saw information about the expedition at the Wizards Guild when you were there, and there was a plaque about it and everything else. The little, I mean, what people have said is that essentially it was Mordenkainen and his closest allies, um, essentially wanted to determine what had happened over there, what the state of the world was. Scrying attempts there never worked. Remote sensing or anything else that just never seemed to bring back anything significant. And so some of the most powerful wizards of that age decided, hey, we're going to go see what's there, see what maybe something can be salvaged, maybe we can have recover things from the old world. And so since they couldn't remote view the place and they couldn't teleport there, the plan was to go with on an airship across the ocean and scout the place out and look into it. See what they could find out. See what they could do. Potentially establish a base camp of some kind. One little known fact that you would have picked up on, especially you, Lucas, there, is they brought a teleportation core with them. One to make establishing a circle there
so they had plans on getting
easily.
there.
Yes.
And
So
I'm getting back. But
So then here comes the other question that Athena would have, and Sora maybe Diana.
all
All the above, right? Yes. If they had all of that intention of building a circle and putting one there, why the most powerful wizards go? Why did they not take warriors, tanks,
oh, they did. They did.
clerics?
They did.
So what did I see?
Well, effectively, it was effectively like 5 wizards, and then a bunch of like other capable people. There was like fighters among them. There were rangers among them. There were like pretty much the whole ship was filled with lots of people there.
Okay.
And in your vision, in your nightmares that you've seen there, other people are being killed and overrun by demons and all that. It's just the the
The main
final
people.
essentially you saw kind of like just hordes of demonic looking things attacking everybody around there, and then then the pit fiend steps up, swings the sword, and that's the last thing you see.
Hmm. All right.
Um,
There's no other like information about like the expedition in here that would be different than
not in Corwin's place. You could probably
Okay.
ask a little bit more at the Wizards Guild if they'll provide it. But they're not going to have a lot more. Again, it was like literally they know who went, they know when,
Who
what the plan was. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe we could do that. We could get the names of the people who went and have a look if any of them are in that book that you've just found with all of the logs of everything from the school of the underprivileged.
Yeah. I'll just to save you some time there. There will be some common names. There won't really be any sort of extra information around that specifically. It's just like I said, with dozens, if not probably hundreds of people in that logbook. Actually, no, probably not, because it would have taken place after that. Because Cora Wayne's efforts have gone back decades, like 50, 60 years. So it would have been after that expedition. So there probably wouldn't be any direct matching names. However, because you're smart people and you're looking into this, there very likely were orphans left behind of people who went on that expedition.
Right.
People that went who were among the warriors and rangers and fighters, or maybe even some of the lesser wizards that had children left behind, and they were the ones. They were some of the earliest entries in those books.
So does that mean that he actually had some kind of conscience about it, or does it just mean that he saw an opportunity to exploit some orphans after murdering their parents?
Or just see it. Well, I mean, it's entirely possible, because he's crazy, that he was trying to see if they would develop the powers that their parents had. I don't know how that works for you guys, but is that possible? Is that a thing where if your parent is a wizard, you more likely to become a wizard? Don't know how that works.
I mean, like sorcerers, wizards are smart people. So
Yeah. And they have figured out how to use the arcane. Yes.
Yes, yeah. So
But
yeah,
like,
sorcerers bloodlines, that could definitely potentially be something there.
my parents were both fighters, so like, I learned how to be a fighter. Not
Mhm.
well, but I learned how to be a fighter. What about your parents?
Who?
Yeah, your parents. What were your parents before you left? Well, what are they? I don't know if they're still alive.
My parents?
Yeah.
Just traders.
Did it have any abilities or anything?
No, just
No?
trading. Probably got
Um,
a decent
Right.
charisma.
My mother is one of the finest chefs in our den, and my father is a great digger and guardian. Yes.
Okay, well, maybe that's not it. But who knows? I mean, it's a possibility, right?
And with this, as you're kind of looking over the names there, the logs there, there is one that will pop up that you're like, oh, hey, Schulich. Lecter Schulich.
Oh,
Well,
Why does that name sound familiar?
he is the leader of the Shadow Syndicate here who helped you out.
Yeah,
yeah.
the
Was
one Sora had
one of
such
the
a problem
earliest
with.
one of the earliest names in there.
Maybe we need to talk to him then.
I was gonna
Mhm.
say maybe we could pay him a little visit and use that charisma of yours.
And I mean, one thing, it's not hard to track down. I mean, you basically can just talk to the guy who's watching the house and say, "Can you get Lecter for us?" And a message will be sent up, and he will stop by. Lecter is he shows up, and he seems to have been definitely found a number of little place to come up in the world, haven't you?
I mean,
I knew you were going to be important.
who wants to pay to stay in an inn when we're in Drovia? Right.
Exactly. This is a wonderful place, and we are keeping tabs on it, so you shouldn't have to worry about anyone messing with the place at all.
That is good.
Yes.
Of course, should they summon devils inside, then I'm not sure that there's much you can do.
True. At that point, we'll go ahead and report it to the wizards and have them come and send some people to do some more. Just again, we're here to observe and report, not engage.
Yeah. Yeah. Good.
What can I do for you?
Should we just show him? We'll just show
Sure.
him the logs. and
I
say,
think no beating around the bush. There's no point in that.
no. We
Yes.
just wanted to open the doors of communication around all of this and see if
Yeah.
you've got any information that we might need.
And you realize that Corwin's probably, I mean, he's an elderly gentleman, kind of has that kind of Colonel Sanders look there, the white hair and the kind of the white goatee and everything. Kind of just in that little suit there, has a cane on him at all times. And yeah, I was. My father was lost in the expedition that went across the ocean. My mother really wasn't able to keep things stable. She was a bit overrun by grief and difficulty with finances and stuff. And so I was taken in an orphanage, roughly, school, and I didn't make a name for myself in my current occupation, but I definitely came out well enough and was able to find employment and then kind of take a little sidestep into a more shadowy approach. But Corwin, that orphanage did right by me. It's why it's difficult to imagine that man being what he's turned out to be. Yep. I mean,
Yeah.
I can't dispute what you found out. As I said, it's hard to believe, but I have been in this world long enough to know that things are not always as they appear.
So he's the orphan of the person who was there, and what was his father's name?
I never wrote this down here, so I'll make up a Gendor Shulich.
Okay. And what did your father what was your father's profession?
He was a soldier. He was accomplished with bow and sword, and had served a bit of time in the military. One of the Southern Scouts.
Okay, so he was on the ship. All the crazies that went on. Okay.
Yep. Lots of craziness.
Trying to word carefully to make it make sense. Give me a moment.
No worries. One thing you will, as you kind of piece it together here, Grimbar does is still with you guys here at the moment here. Will sort of like, because nobody else here does it, he will sort of like make some little hand gestures and Corwin nods and Lecter nods and makes some subtle motions back. As you know, Grimbar's connections and everything else. He will pause and kind of look at all of you, and the city is definitely on alert. We have a lot of people watching and keeping tabs on anything strange or untoward. The Wizards Guild is definitely also on high alert after that attack that happened there when you came through originally. It's there's definitely a lot of people in the know are, a bit uneasy with what's going on. I understand that there's a similar um, feeling in Port Oris as well. Spoke with associates there. While there's no outward threats or anything, there's definitely unease. Like I said, everyone's on high alert. Who
I
hired?
remember the question. I
Yeah.
wanted to know if he was aware of who hired his father to get on the ship.
I was only a lad. I don't really know for sure. My
Okay.
understanding was that most people that went with were hired by the wizards that put together the group. They had a number of very accomplished people and allies of theirs, and then they made up the rest of their force with people they hired from among the military, from the scouts, from other organizations as well.
So there's nothing in his records to indicate which specific wizard approached him. Okay.
I mean, it's well known that Morton Caden was the one leading the thing, so um, like which ones were putting together which people, you're not really sure. He wouldn't know. He was a little kid.
Okay.
It's
That works
something
for me.
I haven't really spent time looking into. I mean, it was until you uncovered any kind of connection, I wouldn't have known that there was anything that potentially connect to modern times or older times. Well, as I said, if you need any information from around here, you know how to contact me, and um, I can contact you if something comes up. As I said, we'll have people watching the mansion here to make sure that nobody messes with it, and we'll see if there's any disturbances or anything else. I know you all have your connections as well, so feel free to reach out to me or anyone else around here, and we'll get back to me eventually. So, I do, I do have connections. I do report on occasion to the king himself. So, if there's anything from that more official capacity, I can definitely help as well.
I don't think there's anything else I could get from him that I need.
A bit of news. I know you have connections and things here. Duchess Mortanis has passed away.
I was just about to ask. Yeah, I figured that she was on her last legs when we last saw her.
It is my understanding that the young heir will be ascending her. Well, obviously, the king has already made her legitimacy official, so it's effectively she has taken up leadership.
Yeah.
So, if there's anything we can do to help support this fledgling leadership, there we will do so. It is important that we have stability in our more financial uh, partner.
I would like to go and see Dahlia at some point of soon to see if whether she took the coin up or not. Because obviously, if she did, it's good to know. And if she didn't, we're gonna need to deal with it.
Any questions for him, or he will
Yeah, I think we got
he will
everything.
he
I
will
can't think of anything now.
bid you adieu and kind of head on off to back into the city. Kind of, I mean, you're perceptive enough to kind of notice him sort of looking off in a couple of different places. Not sure if you're exactly seeing who he's acknowledging. A couple, like you've definitely spotted a couple of folks out there. There's obviously a couple you haven't seen.
Yeah. But that's okay. I mean, we know that people are watching.
Yeah.
And we trust the Shadow Syndicate, don't we? I mean, Lecter himself, he was the one that came out to save everybody when you guys were all taken down. Well, not you. You weren't here, but
No,
Neither of them
Nope.
were.
oh yeah, shit.
Yeah.
just you and Lucas.
Just
Yep.
me and Lucas were the ones who escaped. Everybody else got
Yeah.
killed.
We got away. So, yep.
Yeah.
So, anything else you want to do here? Anyone else you want to check in with? Anyone to talk to? Information you want to look for?
Trivia.
We can go to the Wizards Guild and see if there's any more information than we already have about the expedition.
There's really not much more that they can provide. Essentially, I mean, you've gotten pretty much the details and the gist of it. They will give you a rough, and I will provide something soon here. But effectively, they were headed for the central, what would be the eastern coast of Tygash. It is known that the southern coastal area was primarily dominated by orcs. And then there's sort of the from about the central area up, most of the way up the coast there. If you kind of think of it just in terms of like geographic layout, think like Southeast Asia area, remember the orcs, kind of that coastal area there where China and across the bottom there. The central area on up up a ways would be mostly human, inland dwarf kingdom, and then the very northeastern coast there is elves. So they were headed toward the human kingdom area on the eastern coast.
How far away is it? How far did they expect to travel before hitting land?
Definitely, it's about. I mean, what's the distance across the Atlantic? It's the
A day's journey by plane.
Oh no, yeah. By it would take about a week or so traveling. So roughly we'll call it 1,200 miles. So a pretty far distance there. The ship had to be fitted out with ways of continuous travel there. But the plan wasn't to land in the water anywhere. So it's pretty much going to be a straight shot across the ocean to the central coastline of Tygash.
Talking of ships, is the Dauntless back now?
Yes, it is now back in Dreamer. It's been brought back. Effectively, essentially, we're kind of shuttling some of the troops back and forth, kind of refreshing troops there, bringing people back, bringing over some diplomatic folks there to talk over things with the giants and with the goblins, and sort of setting up a little kind of the war camp is now being turned into sort of a meeting camp to set up peace talks and everything.
It's good.
So it's not staying permanently, but you'll see it will be there, reload it, send it back, and so it's kind of been going back and forth. Yeah, you will have seen it at least a day or so in port while you're here.
Do we want to go and see the king while we're here, or not?
I mean,
Since he specifically requested that we go and try and help what was happening.
I'm going to assume you at least saw the king or representatives because he's one who gave you the mansion essentially.
Okay.
So you want to kind of rewind that a little bit there and ask him specific questions. You definitely can.
No, not really. No, just I just thought, seeing as he was the one who requested that we help, we
Yeah.
could go. We did it. Blah blah,
Yeah.
and then
And yeah, he's very appreciative. And you are all essentially heroes of the realm, kind of like that. Essentially, you are all going to be very well known. Athena, you actually are in front of royalty, and
Yeah, I'm kind of just letting them do all the talking because
sure, yeah.
country bumpkin in the backyard doesn't know what they're doing. Mm-mm.
I mean, yeah, you've been around a lot of different types of people, different classes of people, and everything else.
Mhm.
Well, it's definitely uh, you do raise a lot of eyebrows in the fact that you were with this group and you weren't with them before. So they will find out who you are a little bit, whatever you're willing to pass along there. But yeah, eventually you're given a sizable reward in coin to add to your already sizable amount of coin you already have. So
I don't.
yes,
I don't
uh,
have that.
well, we'll just call it. So if, we'll call it 5,000 gold. You each have from
Okay.
just this thing here, which is a pretty sizable amount for just to hand out there. So it's 25,000 gold. But
so
the rest of the party already has quite a bit more than that. So yeah.
yeah, not my character sheet though. Something else we can do while we're here is add Athena to the we'll go to the Bank of Dravia.
Sure.
And show her the bank manager.
Sure. That's that bank manager up in Port Oris. The one here is much more normal.
Yes.
Right.
It is still a temple. It is still a temple of Zilkis, but it is not run by it is not managed by a beholder. No.
Okay. Right.
It does have a ridiculous amount of security and a ridiculous amount of magical defenses and non-magical defenses and everything else. But yeah, it isn't quite the same as the one up there. But yeah, you're able to see your account and everything else, and it's effectively, if you want something, ask for it. We'll work out how available it is.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll just put Athena's name on it.
Yeah.
Maybe take Grimbar's off.
I mean,
being a thief, he can have his own money.
Yeah. Grimbar actually does want to head back to Port Oris. He does have plans there, and he has made it known that he does intend to sort of bow out of the next set of adventures, as he wants to work on some personal things in Port Oris. He's looking to start a new chapter, essentially. And while he's
nice dwarf lady.
Yeah, actually, at least partly, it's at least part of it. Yes. Effectively, yeah. So we'll come back to anything else around that later on. But yeah, he's definitely wanting to go back to Port Oris. So
I'm gonna lose my drinking buddy.
No, you're not.
No, not at all. I still will drink with you.
Haha! Can you drink me under the table like he tried? Because that was fun.
Do you like spicy bugs too? Because he can make those.
And speaking of, I will absolutely pull out spicy bugs.
What kind of bugs are they specific?
So these ones would probably be like some beetle I found, like around the giant. So these ones would probably be a little bit bigger. It took me a while to cook these ones.
Stag beetle.
I like beetles. Beetles are good. They're packed in protein. Did you know that?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. So it would be like, some like
spice beetle skewers.
Like spice beetle, yeah.
Yeah. Athena will totally grab a couple of those, shove them in her mouth.
Yep.
I thought you said these were spicy.
Oh, so you want some? So these are the ones that I give to everyone else. Here, and he'll like pull out and opening the bag is aromatic to everyone in the area.
Dude, I've got a sensitive note.
Give me a con save.
Who, me?
You, yeah.
Me, a con save. Okay.
Yeah, I want to see how well you handle the heat. Yeah.
16.
I mean, you kind of flinch a little bit, like, ooh, your eyes water a little bit there, but they're very tasty. It's like it's definitely one of the hotter things you've eaten in your life.
Yeah.
But yeah, you managed to. I mean, it's not level 10 on hot ones, but it's like probably level like 7 or 8.
Very good. Very good.
Speaking of, I'm
Have you
literally
seen
eating spicy chips right now.
on the character sheet on D&D Beyond, the inspiration now says heroic inspiration.
Yep. Yeah, they now have a. They
That's
want
it.
to distinguish different bardic inspiration.
It's
So
like hero points.
yeah, literally is. So, all right. So, is there anything else in Dravia, or are we heading out to Port Oris, or is there somewhere else you want to run to?
I think we can go to Port Oris now, can't we? I'm sure you're quite eager to go and see
Yeah.
Nils Prepsel. Or some.
Yeah, I'm sure. Or
What's
somebody
in-
associated with.
Someone else, yeah.
I'm quite interested in introducing Athena to Mabel and the others.
Sure. Yeah.
Are you now?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I'm sure that Grimbar is eager to get back there too. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So again, you don't need a circle to go there. So basically, you just kind of find an open spot where you can set it up there, and circle opens up. I'll assume you message off to the
Yeah.
to the Wizards Guild first. They give you the all clear signal, and you find yourselves back in Port Oris, specifically in the Ivory Lyceum, as you have yourselves. You're at the big tower right up here. Up on the higher floors, the sort of transmutation / teleportation floors up near the top. The wizards, the wizards on duty there, welcome you back. And Says you don't harass you. They do sort of look strangely at this new person with you, as this is the first time Athena, and you are in a large. Well, this room itself is not much larger than the circle, but it is like just like marble columns and fancy materials, etchings and mosaics everywhere you look. Um, and as you step off the floor, you will see it sort of sink down, and almost like an irising stone plates all shift into place over top of it, which of course would prevent anyone from using it. They can't actually access this circle itself until it's been opened. You head out into the place there, and it's just this, again, quiet, beautiful, clean place with, you just kind of feel the hum of magic in the air. It's definitely the most the cleanest, and that buzz of magic you're feeling is definitely, you never quite felt something quite like it. The closest might have been in Arius, the Sky Elf city. There's a number of places there that have a lot of magic buzzing around, but this place is very different.
I'm probably wide-eyed and just taking it all in. I'm pretty quiet.
At one point, you will see there, as you head toward what appears will be the elevator. There is a hallway, and it kind of wraps around, and you will see that there are windows. And you look out over a city that you realize you are hundreds of feet in the air. As you
I
look
don't do
down,
well with heights.
yeah. So yeah, you kind of back away a little bit there as you realize, yeah, this is about 14 stories up, so it's about 140 feet up in the air. And looking down over all the buildings around you, a couple of the ones are aren't tall, but not this tall.
Why do you guys have to be so high up in the air?
That's where the teleportation circle is. We can go down, it's fine.
Okay. I would
Yeah.
prefer it. Go down, please,
Lead
quickly.
you into another circular chamber, with a essentially little murmured command of ground floor. Essentially, there's a faint shifting sensation, not a drop sensation because it's not an actual elevator. You literally just feel kind of a little bit of a shift in the air around you, and then you are looking ahead of you, and there is a large lobby with lots of people coming and going. As you are on the ground floor of the Elysium.
I'm disappointed there isn't a wicked spiral staircase with a banister to slide down.
I mean, that maybe somewhere else, but it wouldn't go up 16 stories.
It's disappointing. Okay. Whatever.
Wow, you guys live here? Like this is where you live?
Me? No?
No?
It's the Wizard Guild.
Oh. Okay.
This is Port Oros.
You head out onto the street, and you immediately see multiple story buildings of all different sizes and architecture. There are people like going across the sky, flying on devices, flying on brooms, flying with nothing at all. There are buildings with like catwalks or like walkways across them there as you kind of look up along there. Lots of people, lots of sound, lots of noise. Definitely, Dravier is crowded. I mean, but the streets there are wide um, and the buildings are all sort of like maybe 3-4 stories tall, and it's got a sprawling area here. This place is very vertical, and there are just lots of people. So it's almost like walking through a canyon in spots there with these tall buildings on either side of you, as people are coming and going and going every direction there. So as you out on the street here, which way you want to head? Just down the ways down the road here is going to be the Mystic Menagerie. Obviously, down the other way is the Arcane Emporium. Down over
I
here,
am
of course, the Temple Tankard. Um,
gonna defer to the party, wherever it is that we're gonna go. As I've not been here before, I'm kind of like the 3-year-old. You kind of need to hold her hand because she's gonna stop and look at everything.
Right. Great.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just lead the giant round.
Lucas is obviously heading to the Mystic Menagerie first.
We'll I guess we'll catch up
Yeah,
with you.
Esk will follow along there.
okay.
Shall we wait, you're going with Lucas? You're coming with us. Lucas is gonna go see his girlfriend. That's not an invite thing.
Ask, I don't think you should go with that. I think you should come with us.
Yes, you're coming with us.
Yeah. I was going to the Mystic Man. I want to see what she has in stock. It is always
he-
interesting.
He's going on a date, dude.
Going to go and see his
No.
girlfriend. We can go shopping later.
Yeah.
Let them get reacquainted.
Well, I assume she's in the shop, so she's probably working right now.
Mhm. All right, go shopping. All right, see you later then. We'll be in the Tumble Tankard later on, so we'll see you there.
Oh, we're meeting at the Tumble Tankard. Awesome. Where are we going?
Now,
Uh-huh.
I'm going to take you around and show you the town.
Cool. I heard you say something about a duchy. I've never met a duchy.
The Duchess?
Sure. Is that what it was?
Yes. I
Is
guess
she cool?
Port Oros is a duchy, with it being led by the Duchess. She's pretty cool, yeah. You'll like her. She's nice. But she has just taken over as Duchess, so I've got a question for
Okay.
her. She has one of the coins, and the lady that has just passed was using the coin. And we were told that if Delia, the new Duchess, is using the coin, that's good. If she's not using the coin, then it's our job to take that up and get rid of it. Well, not get rid of it, but send the creature inside back to their plane of existence. So I just want to go and ask the question, basically, if she's using the coin or not.
Okay.
I'm kind of hoping she will, because she's going to need all the help she can get. But, you know, we'll
Yeah, you
see.
can do that with ascending.
With all
No,
that magic.
because sendings don't work in there. Plus, I want to go and check on her, because the Duchess has died, and she's obviously, I just want to go and check on her. All right.
You're gonna go see your girlfriend. We're gonna go check on the little princess lady.
Yeah, the princess lady.
Okay.
But you did say the king adopted her, right? So princess lady.
He didn't adopt her. Basically, she was adopted by the Duchess and needed to be legitimized so that she could take over as Duchess when the Duchess passed away. Yeah?
Oh, well, why didn't she have her own kids?
She just didn't.
Okay.
And she needed an heir, so she adopted a girl. And now she is the Duchess. So,
Well, that sounds nice of her.
yeah. I guess we'll find out why one day.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, in that case, yes, you are able to. Lucas, as you approach the Mystic Menagerie, and everyone head off, it's off in the direction there where you have Amethyst, and then you have Athena, and then Esk. So it's just like this interesting small, medium, and large versions here. Looking down the street. Lucas, as you approach. Oh, that's the one shopping. Okay, fine. Lucas, and ask you wander in the shop there. You will see right away. The shop is just a crazy mess. Not, I don't mean like it's been run, like tossed or anything else. There is just a ton of crap in here. Like something has, there's just this like there like the jewelry counter is just filled with stuff, and there's been more like display cases added and everything else. There's been a lot more stock in here. There's a whole wall, or a whole like wall section now with little automaton things and little artificer type things there. You recognize a lot of Nils' handiwork over there, kind of on that wall, kind of on one of the walls over here. Kind of moving through the place, you will see not only Danlin on his little levitation device moving through there, kind of working, carrying stuff there. You will see what looks to be a little mechanical squirrel, like hopping around with it almost has like a harness, and it's carrying little items in it, and kind of like jumping up onto a countertop and kind of shaking itself there until a thing pops out there and it kind of pushes something in place. There's also a weird looking mechanical bird, like up over the counter that's like staring down. It's some sort of like a raptor type bird there. It's just like it's staring down. It's kind of a dark brushed steel metal looking thing there, just looking down there with these these glowing red eyes, like kind of like scanning back and forth across the whole place.
Talking of birds, is before Grimbart leaves, is he gonna hand us the bird?
Yes, he will hand over the rock. He does say that he would like it back someday when you guys all retire and check things out there, but obviously he said that he's not able to like justify keeping it, but as it is a party item essentially. But he will before you guys all break apart there, he will kind of say, I'll be in touch. I want to make I have some things to arrange and set up there, but I think we should all meet up for dinner sometime soon, or I know you're not really wanting to come by the house, but we could meet up at the Tankard for dinner at some point.
Yeah, definitely. You mean the house that I'm not invited to? Yeah, I won't be going there.
Well, you said you didn't want. You said you didn't want to come by.
No, you told me that I was not welcome there, so I've said that I'll never
No, I
come
don't. I
there.
didn't hear it that way. You said you didn't want.
No,
You said you didn't want to go.
your exact words were, "I'm not. Well, Amethyst is not welcome there, so Amethyst will not be going, even if
Well,
it was just a joke."
well, fine. Someday.
But we pop in the tumble tankard quite regularly anyway, so we'll probably see you in there, sitting
Yep.
with Mabel and the others.
Potentially, we'll see. He will head off in the direction there, back toward where his house is.
Mhm.
He says he'll be heading off that direction at least there.
Is it his
And
house in his pocket?
remember that his house has like a space to put the hideout next to his
Yeah,
actual house. Yes. So
Uh-huh.
yeah. So anyway, so he will head off there and promise to meet up with you later on. But back at the Mystic Menagerie, you will see there's a lot. There's a lot of like trinkets and doodads, and a lot more like one counter is like has a whole bunch of just various things that you recognize would be material components for magic, and things like some ivory strips, some black onyx stone, some weird little like twisted pieces of glass, a giant stag beetle that's sort of like in a little like a kind of like little glass case kind of preserved in there. Um, uh, little a whole section of what appear to be like little like some miniature looking scissors and some miniature little like a parasol, things that you recognize as the material components that can be used for spells and various things. Um, so there's almost like one counter that's kind of this jumble of all different types of things that are absolutely spell components or little trinkets that people could buy and everything else there. There's a section, a bank of kind of a rack full, kind of like a three-tiered rack full of potions of different colors and different sizes, different bottles. A kind of a little wall rack with like scrolls stuck in it. Um, and while it's like there's a lot of stuff in here, you start to realize in a moment there that there's definitely a lot more organization than at first glance. Um, but Dalen, oh, you're here. Good to see you. And you see he's grown a little bit. I mean, he's I mean, he's only a little over 16 at this point. So
Yeah.
he's definitely happy to see you though. Yeah, we're just restocking some stuff. Had a whole lot of stuff come in. And it's good to see you, Lucas. And Esk, right? I'm not sure, Esk, have you been in here before?
Yes.
Okay.
This is I believe my second
Yes.
time.
Ah, yes.
Um,
That's right.
always fascinating to see the strange things that you find in here. Yes.
I mean, it's fairly uh there's a had a lot of stuff lately. I don't know. I'm not sure where Lindra's getting it all, but uh, restocking has been kind of a fun time. That's for sure. Now, he kind of makes this little like noise. The little squirrel pops up and looks at him, and then goes. He kind of like gestures, and the little thing goes running off to the right in the back there, kind of bounding over stuff and hopping down. That's Chitter. I made him. He's my first real artifice project.
Yeah, looks good. Well done.
Kind of, it's kind of like a clockwork familiar, essentially. It's kind of how it behaves and how he's able to direct it around and anything else. But yeah. So a moment later, Linder will come out from the back there, kind of the black beaded curtain in the areas back there. She's going to step out. Kind of. You could have called first, I mean,
I like the
I'm
surprise.
well, she will come up there, give you a big hug and a kiss, and kind of oh, good to see you, Esk. Well,
So you've expanded. What's a lot more
Oh.
stuff in here.
yeah, we're kind of Nils has been kind of getting some more suppliers involved and kind of expanding. We're kind of becoming more of a we're trying to stock in a lot more items for students and everything else, and so kind of pointing to the spell component area and some of the bases of the and the spell scrolls and everything else. Like we're just trying to get a little more interesting things and people that they're fairly low in cost. um, Not many people can walk in here and buy whatever. So, and a lot of things that can be used to enchant. And so, she put, and you notice a lot of things in there are definitely items that can lend themselves to being able to be used for like mana tech items and stuff like that. You see sort of like non-magical rods and wands and some like some various like a whole bank of hats of various kinds that would accommodate spell plates and such, some boots. Um, so we're trying to keep more things in stock there that people can then modify how they want. Lots of enchanting materials, as that's becoming more and more popular as well. So yeah. Um, you, uh, I heard a little bit that you were involved in a war. That's all done now.
And ending the war, yes.
Good, good. I
Before-
see. So just the two of you here. Is everyone else okay? Is everyone else
Oh yes, yes. They're here.
okay? Well, good to hear. Good to hear. Um, well, obviously, dinner later, and you're going to be in. Are you going to be in town later?
Yeah, yes.
Good.
Do you know Sora's having a baby? Babies.
I
Baby?
had heard. Yes,
Plural.
yes, I had heard that. I mean, I don't. It's not general knowledge around the town or anything else, but uh, we all kind of traveled in the same circles, so yeah, I definitely heard. Um, uh, um, we've got a new duchess.
Yes, we heard. Yeah.
Um, well, she's got a council of advisors that she's put together.
Uh-oh.
Janan's on it.
All right. Sounds good.
She's a little busy with that now. But yeah, mom's really important now.
Yeah, sounds like it.
um, well, I'll let you guys browse. Uh, Ask what you'll find. You don't find a lot of like obviously magical stuff. I mean, I think there's potions and scrolls and everything else that.
Yeah.
Potion wise, you find a whole bunch of like basic healing potions, remedy potions, that kind of like that. The only oddball one you can see that's labeled as a potion of diminution basically
Okay.
does shrink. uh, other things oddball here, and there is a nearby the scrolls actually is a pouch that's labeled as dust of dryness.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Um, yeah.
What is the dust of dryness?
Effectively, it will just suck up a whole bunch of water into a bead and make a little bead that you can then blow up with that water all over the place.
Ooh. Okay, cool.
That would come in handy if there was a fire somewhere.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Mm.
Yeah, I will go ahead and pick that up.
Sure. Yeah. Effectively, it's like 180 gold, but you've got
Okay,
yeah
a lot
easily enough to be able to
Bit
purchase
more
there.
than that.
Exactly.
more than that.
Lucas, you will spot there is an instrument that actually is this the one that you had, the Fuckler and the Fucklucan Bandlor? Bandor, is that the one you had?
No.
Yeah, it was
Maybe. Oh, I can't remember.
Wasn't sure that's the one you had at one point. The Bandor. I believe it's the what? It's the one of the uncommon instrument. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I did it. One I had was uncommon. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. So similar to the one isn't the one you had, obviously, but it's similar to that. Multi-stringed instrument there, kind of an odd shaped lute type instrument there. That you spot. She says, not as good as the one that you have, of course, but it's a good little basic model.
Sorry, I didn't mean to click that. My bad.
No worries. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. There's only things oddball items you find in here that aren't scrolls or anything else. There's a necklace of adaptation. Basically, you don't have to prevent you having to worry about having to breathe. You can breathe normally in any environment. There is a bowl of commanding water elementals. A staff of bird calls.
Oh, that'd make a good present for a druid.
Yep.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah.
Can't you not just turn into a bird?
Yeah, there is that.
Yeah.
And then one moment here, let me just see. And that's the main. That's pretty much the majority of what you see there in terms of like, other than the scrolls. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. One thing. Let's see. What's the oddest thing in the trinket section that you would find there? Probably the there is one thing that's kind of odd. There's a little black cube that's just kind of floating. Like it's just sitting on the counter. It's literally just floating there, and you kind of like touch it and it kind of spins a little bit, but it just sits there and floats.
Yeah. Weird.
And a pair of glass spectacle frames in the shape of a butterfly wings. Like those very elaborate looking kind of silvery material, little kind of like ornamental jewels. It's not obviously they're fake jewels, little ornamental like jewels along there. They'll like put on butterfly wings. But yeah, if there's anything specifically you wanted to look for, you can kind of ask around. Now that's you see sort of just looking around. Just just kind of a general scan of the area. And so while you kind of browse and think about things you might want to look for or ask for or anything else, we will cut back over to the lady. It's very much like that. Yes, thank you. The image you posted there. So Amethyst and Athena. As you Athena, you find very quickly you're kind of getting a little bit. Your neck's getting sore from kind of looking up and around and back and forth and seeing people walking by. You don't see anyone like outlandish like in appearance or anything else for that much. I mean, obviously there's just a lot of people, and just I mean, for the most part, who you see on the street are I mean, majority of them are human and very basic attire, nice looking clothing for the most part, but mostly humans. Occasionally odd other races as you pass here and there. A couple of halflings kind of walking along the street there. A dwarf sitting in an outdoor cafe drinking a mug of something or other that's steaming. Again, people whizzing by overhead on ornithopters or brooms or some magical items or spells, other magical conveyances. But where are you headed?
I believe we're headed to the Duchess.
Yeah, I was going to sort of, just point to a few things. I guess I can fly a bit closer to her head so that I'm not shouting up at her.
Sure. Okay.
Not that
Sitting
tall.
a little cross-legged on the carpet there, so you basically hit like eye to eye next to her. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Am I that tall? I don't think I'm that tall, am I?
Well, you're pushing 8 feet, and Amethyst is like five,
I-
five and change.
Yeah, you're like nearly twice my height, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna fly a few feet up.
Yeah.
So
I'm
that I'm
exactly 8 feet. Yeah. Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
And I'm gonna be like just lying on my belly on the flying carpet and just sort of like just chatting with you as we
Yep.
fly along, as we go
Okay.
along. Pointing to things, that's where that is, and that's where the tumble tankard is, and we'll go and check in there in a bit. But let's go and see the Duchess because
So when you kind of approach the main gates over here, there actually is you'll notice that there are these long streamer like a tapestry kind of thing like that set on either side of the gate there. That are black and sort of fluttering the breeze a little bit there. Obviously a sign of mourning potentially. There are the guards are posted out in front. And they see you coming, and at least one of them recognizes you, Amethyst. I mean, you've been there a number of times, and it's their job to know who comes and goes and who's allowed to come and go.
Yeah.
Well, what's your business today?
Mainly just a courtesy call. I'd like to see the Duchess. If that's okay, I would like to pay my respects to the former Duchess and just check on her and see if she's okay and introduce her to our new friend.
I will. He pauses a moment there, and kind of like barks out an order to a little like a page kind of. It's essentially like a squire, essentially, who's obviously not in full armor or anything else, who is running off toward the building. Just a moment, please. We'll make sure that the Duchess is not in any specific meetings at this point. So it is.
Hold on.
I have.
You can just go see the Duchess. You don't need an appointment.
Well, I'm kind of making an appointment now, I guess.
Technically, she's doing that right now. I mean, we're
yeah.
making sure she's available, and if she is, then she will allow for a meeting. So,
she'll totally see us now, though.
Actually, it won't take long. A couple of minutes, maybe. Little runner guy to come running back out there, kind of hand a message to the main guard there. And this guard actually, you've actually seen this guy before. He's actually a half orc, who's not as who's maybe 7 or 8 inches shorter than you, Athena. Like so. Almost looking at you eye on eye there, but his shoulders are a little broader than yours. No, her name is not Dow. We're not bringing that into the world. Sorry.
Good.
Oh, Rudin.
Love you, Dow, but not in Avress. Not yet.
Not yet.
So, he's obviously decked out in like really like nice armor. He's got an axe on his back there, a crossbow set up in his hip. Very well, obviously a definite, obviously a soldier type. And he will say, it seems she's wrapping up something in her council chambers, and will be willing to meet. So let's head on in. He barks the order to the kid, the kid there, who's this way. I'll take you to the it's called the audience chamber. Right, audience chamber. He's new. It's all right.
Okay.
And kids maybe like probably maybe 16, about the same age as Daniel in fact there, but obviously right, and he's not even out of breath for running back and forth. This kid's used to running. So this way, I'll take you to the audience chamber then, and the Duchess will be with you soon.
Thank you very much.
Um, so you will be escorted in there. Inside, you will see that the flowers, all the vases of flowers that have been there, from what they were sort of blues and greens and very jewel tones like that, are now all black. They're not dead. They're just the petals are now all black currently. There's definitely a somber mood. Everyone's very kind of um, any guards you pass are very stern and obviously keeping close watch on things. But you were brought into an audience chamber aside there. Large kind of plushy type couches, a table, a little buffet style cabinet there with some various pitchers of waters and juices and stuff like that. Nothing alcoholic there currently. But she'll be with you in just a moment. And uh,
No hurry.
and with this, an odd thing, you see him set down a doll on the chair
Okay.
that you recognize,
Yeah.
kind of inside the door there in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I'm gonna wave
is
to it.
Child coming to play with us?
No,
Then why the doll?
it's Annie. Say hi to Annie.
Who? The doll is Annie?
The doll is Annie. Yeah.
You will see that the doll actually will sort of like perk up a little bit, and the little like ragdoll arm looking thing will just sort of wave at you, and then it'll just slump down again.
Because that's not creepy at all.
Like, the yarn, red yarn for hair. Very nice looking little dress on it there. Yeah, button eyes.
Is this a doll?
It's Annie. Yeah.
Calling
It's
it by
Annie.
its name, but it doesn't. Why?
Well, I called it by its name and it waved to me. So, I mean, say hi at least.
We'll look at it weirdly. Hi.
It's sort of like it obviously turns to look at you and just sort
Feels
of waves
so
real quick
weird.
there.
Feel weird saying hi to a doll, Amethyst.
She's not just a doll, she's an automaton.
Yep, similar to that. Yeah, the
Oh,
hair is a
gosh.
little longer, not
Yeah.
quite that curly. Like comes out on the side there, but yeah, very similar. The Raggedy Ann style doll.
Okay.
Within a few minutes, probably about maybe not even 5 minutes or so, you'll see that the chamber door will open, and you will see first of all that Amethyst, you recognize Mir Bickel will step in. And kind of take a step to the other side, the opposite side of the door the chair that Annie is sitting in.
Mhm.
And then Delia will walk in, and she is, um, and this is the first time I'm seeing her here. She's definitely in her late teens. She's young, but she's not really a child. Exactly, but she does look young. She's in a dress very similar to what the doll is wearing. In fact, same style, same fabric, but a different, obviously different cut. And she will sort of just step in there. As she does, the doll that was sort of like perked up was just kind of slumped down and just kind of sit like kind of like plump down on the chair. And Delia will thank you, Amethyst. Very good to see you. Um, a lot has changed, obviously, but not unexpected. Your friend, though, um, uh, who she'll kind of look up at you, Athena. Your
Okay.
name?
This
Athena?
is This is Athena. She's a new friend of ours. She is now traveling with us and helping the same way that we do.
Good. Is everyone okay? Is everyone
Yep,
okay?
everyone's fine.
Good.
Sora's gone off to lay her eggs. We believe that Grimbar is thinking of retiring from this life of excitement. But Lucas and Esk have gone to see Alindra, and I wanted to come and see you.
Oh,
And I
good.
thought I'd introduce my
Well,
new friend to you.
It is very good to meet you, Athena. You as I had heard of Sora, the ambassador from Drakol had mentioned that this is being done. It's not common knowledge, but I do have a lot of meetings with a lot of people that know a lot of things.
Yeah, I bet. You must be
Yes.
overwhelmed.
Somewhat. It's definitely something I wasn't expecting to be doing this soon. But my advisors are good. They are definitely helping with everything. I
Good.
mean, the my advisor of magic and divination, of course, Professor Prepsel. She's
Yeah.
agreed to help with that. So, as I've been studying a bit under her as myself, because I think of all the schools of magic, divination probably very, very helpful for someone in charge of things. So, um, the my advisor of finance, Thorla Kiarden, they are a high priest Zilkus from the Bank of Dravir here. And
Not the beholder.
oh no, he stays at
Okay.
no,
Oh my god.
yeah, no, he's a dark elf. So very, very knowledgeable and very good head on his shoulder for numbers and finance. Yes, Zilkus is the god of money and trade.
Right.
And the banks are all considered temples of Zilkus. Um, it's actually the guy, the dark elf who was the main teller you ran into and set up your accounts with. And then Father Ulbar Marthani from the Temple of Light, religion and community affairs, and General Atros from military and defense. That's all I have at the moment here, but they sort of keep the main functions of the city and outlying areas. And I have to, of course, meet with the various ambassadors and high-ranking business people. And Duchess Kayla didn't do a lot of those sort of meetings because, well, everything was sort of, well, fully in hand. Let's just say.
It's not in hand now.
Oh, it's not out of hand. It's just that there's a lot to learn, and she didn't have to meet with people so much because she just said what needed to be done and it was done. But I don't have that sort of ability or connection just yet. So my advice, yes.
Talking of things that you need, is there anything that we can do for you? Is there anything you need from us?
I don't think so. I think, well, maybe, yes, in fact. I have not taken the coin, but I have spoken with Peg. Her wish, while obviously she has vested interest in making sure things happen here, the advice I've had from her has helped me set up what I need to do, but I don't wish to take on that responsibility. So she has requested to be taken home. And that's something I can do.
You said that was our job, right? As I
Yeah.
lean into Amethyst to whisper in her cat-sized ear.
Hmm.
Um, so what her request is to have the coin taken to the estate. Her estate. And then her person there will help to escort her home
Okay.
after being released from the coin.
Right.
Um,
Okay.
So if you could do that, that would be very.
Yeah.
It's not something that obviously I can really do. So, and I know that you have done this. So, um,
Yeah. And then Peg did actually say that should you not take up the coin, that was her. You know, she said that we could do that. So
I mean, I would value her advice, but I know it comes at a cost, and it's
Yeah.
not one that I'm going to take on.
well,
So
I can honestly tell you that I appreciate that, and I respect your decision.
it took a long time. I had to think about it for quite a while. And she kind of glanced over her shoulder at Bill Bickle, who's
Hmm.
like, he just points and like, this coin stays with me.
I wouldn't argue with that, Mr. Bickle.
It, we have come to an arrangement, and it will be one that's very beneficial for the Duchess, and so I will keep it to make sure that she's safe.
Yeah. Good. We want you safe.
Yes, as do we all.
Hmm.
Um, the
Is there
only
any?
we've been getting odd reports, and I'm not sure if you have time for this, or if it needs to be done. Um, it's been sort of a mix. A lot's been going on, of course, with the death of the Duchess. There's a lot of uh, events happening throughout the city, and we've got some odd reports that some little imp things have been seen in and around various places in the city. Um, I don't know what to make of that, and so far no one else has either. Um, if it's been sort of like little sightings here and there, and I don't know. Um, I mean, I've tasked the who I can with looking into it. Janan's checking things out as well, but she's not really. She's one person, and obviously, there have been mostly sightings in the south. Um, southeast side of the city,
Okay.
primarily.
There might be some sort of thing that's opened. I know that's been happening a bit. We can check that out.
And there doesn't seem to be any active gates or portals. Janana's definitely ruled that out. It doesn't mean that there hasn't been some sort of things being summoned or things being brought through. But it's just a little worrisome that these things are being, that there's been many sightings of these things in the last week or so.
Okay.
So if you find out about that would be really helpful, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will ask before when the other Duchess, whose name
Kayla.
I can't think of right now.
Kayla is her name.
When she was running things, we were not able to send messages to her magically. I wondered if that's something that is still, if we still are unable to do that.
I think you can to me. If the only time you wouldn't be able to is if I'm actively meeting with someone in the council chambers or the throne room.
Hmm.
I've been
Okay.
assured that those two places are completely blocked from scrying or any sort of divination style of magic.
That's good.
I understand her chambers also, but I'm not staying in those.
No. Yeah.
Eventually, maybe, but not now. It's too much of her.
Yeah.
And
I understand.
and she will actually then she will take out a little dark wooden box and kind of set it on the table there. It's like little latched like wooden box there, and too much of her as well.
Mm. Yeah.
Um, I'll keep this here with me for right now, but when you're ready to take care um of her
Yeah.
departure, I'll hand it over to you. It's, I think, for the most part, a little more safe being here right now.
Yeah. I think sooner rather than later would be good, but I would like the whole party to be here rather than just us.
Of course, yes, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So,
Is there anything else I can do for you?
I don't think so.
Need a hug?
Yeah. And she's like literally kind of on the brink of like,
Yeah.
kind of.
I'll
So
give
yeah,
her a hug.
she will
Oh,
definitely.
if we're giving hugs, it's going to be a group hug.
Oh God.
Athena comes in.
As
kinda
Athena
grabs
comes in there,
both of
Zilka
them.
sort of like reaches for the crossbow and like, okay. It's kind of like,
And I will quietly say that I'm very sorry for her loss. I know that she was fond.
it's, it, I mean, I can't say she was a mother or anything, but
No.
I mean, it was, I would have had like a little more time to learn things, but it
Yeah.
just wasn't going to be.
But I think with Janan and the other people who are helping you, you're in good hands. If you need anything from us, you know that we're only a teleportation circle away. So, you know, we can be here as soon as you need us to be. So you're not alone in this.
Good. Well, I thank you for that very much. It's definitely a lot to keep straight. And so, right. Well, in that case, I have a few more meetings this afternoon.
Don't push yourself too hard, kid.
Oh,
Remember to take a break.
oh, I will. Actually, one of them is going to be interesting. The well, ambassador from Scarlos. He runs a museum there in the south, and he's a very fun man to talk to.
Cool.
You know the museum he's talking about. She's talking about
Mhm.
treasures of Scarlos.
Mhm.
Who happens to be Gildor's uncle.
Yeah. 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 We know.
Yeah, he's sort of a non-official ambassador to Scarlos, but yeah, it's what he does. You got picked up on that earlier in meeting with him and talking with him, is that he's not an official ambassador, but he does have connections back to Scarlos, obviously with the
Mhm.
with that. So, but yeah, he's always.
If she wants a facial painting doing now, we've got a good artist for her to get one up there.
I might take you up on that. I wouldn't mind having some different artwork in this place. So, yeah. In that case, if there's nothing else, please have some refresh. She actually pours herself some juice and takes a drink of it. There is anything you would like here? Please have a thing here. I'm going to get to my next meeting.
Well, since you're not a hag offering food, I will definitely partake.
Sure.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Yep. Yep. So, all right. Well, in that case, as we are at that time, we'll go ahead and have ourselves a little bit of break here, and when we come back, we'll see what you're gonna be up to next, what you want to take care of next. But for now, we'll be back in a few minutes.
Mhm.
One.
And welcome back. We have everyone's here in Port Oris, finding out information, checking things out. Athena and Amethyst had just spent some time with the Duchess, the new Duchess of Port Oris, while Lucas and Esk had been checking in on the wares and people involved at the Mystic Menagerie. But assuming you guys have kind of done that, you can meet back up again or figure where we're headed next. What is next on your agenda?
Is it beer 30?
I mean,
The ale 30.
Isn't it always beer time for you?
Well, yes, that's why I have this
Oh,
jug right here.
problem, lady.
yep.
Mm.
Do the jug out there, but dump it in. Oh, yep.
We can go to the Double Tankard if you like.
Well,
Okay.
is
I'd
there
like
any
to go and
place
see
else that
Nils
you
at
would like
some
to?
point. I'd like to see Nils, but I'd also like to see Janam. I'd like to see. I'd like to go to the Mystic Menagerie. Basically, just everywhere. So
Yep.
Well, I mean, we can do all of that.
we
We
will.
have time. What time of day is it? Is it still like morning-ish, right?
It's probably afternoon or early afternoon, maybe one or two, somewhere in there.
Let's go to where the boys were. See if they're still there.
Okay. What was the plan after Lucas and Esther? What was the plan after you guys had done a little checking in there?
Street food. Hitting up some street food.
Okay.
Yeah, just kind of like just doing more exploring. Like
Literal mini
Esk
song.
is so fascinated by all the magic of this city. It just is so weird.
Yeah.
And
Zilka's has a pretty decent amount. Sorry, Zinkrel,
Manatech.
Vilkrin, Zinkrel. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, but the Manatech stuff is definitely there's more of it here. The place has a similar vibe to Zinkrel in terms of like, but obviously there you're seeing more Dragonborn than you are here, obviously. But the streets are fairly similar. The buildings kind of being varying heights and sizes and everything else, although Port Oris is a little more vertical than Zinkrel. But yeah, one thing is, anytime you can see kind of through the buildings or around the buildings like that, you'll notice that the city is actually in a canyon. Like it's like the walls on either the city here are about 100 feet high. So.
Yeah.
So there are a few buildings that poke up higher than that wall, but most of the buildings are still below that. And it sort of also slopes uphill as you go north as well. So it goes all the way down to the water at the south there. But anyway, so street food, we'll say just for ease of narrative here, you guys find yourselves on the main strip there, as Amethyst and Athena are heading back, heading toward the Mystic Menagerie. There are a couple in that there's an outdoor cafe essentially there where people they serve various. I mean, think of it as the fancy equivalent of a coffee shop. like there's some outdoor tables. There's like croissants and baked goods and little sandwiches and coffees and teas and whatever else of that. And you guys find yourselves sitting on a little table outside there, as Amethyst and Athena are walking down the street toward you.
Why?
There you go.
How was your
guys.
trip?
Illuminating, you could say. It was very interesting. Every time we go in there, there's always something fun.
Talking of fun things.
Got lots more stuff. Yeah, go on.
Cool. Lots more stuff. I want stuff. I like stuff. I like trinkets.
I got a bag.
I like doodads.
How do you fancy? Remember that when we were hunting that giant snake and we accidentally slipped into the Feywild? Remember that day? That was a fun day, right?
Yeah.
How do you fancy going back there?
What, to the Feywild?
No, to the estate of Peg. Basically, Dahlia has not taken the coin. And so we need to take the coin there, and then we need to, dispel it. We need to get her out of it, banish her to the Feywild. Apparently, she's going to go willingly. Apparently. So,
Do you
I'll
guys
tell
know
you
about
what.
that doll? That doll was kind of creepy.
Dahlia can see through the doll's eyes. She was basically making sure she was safe before she came in the room.
What, were we gonna hurt her?
Oh, she was just making sure we were who we were. She was looking through the eyes of the doll. She leaves it there sometimes, and it gives her certain abilities that she can. It's always good to be safe.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, Annie is a familiar.
Yeah.
Still kind of creepy.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. But,
Right.
some people think giants are creepy, so, there's that.
Where's a giant?
Cat people.
Where's a giant?
So, anyway, I think we should do that sooner rather than later, because I don't like the idea of that coin just hanging around. It's a very, very powerful one. So, not that anybody could just take it up, but, there's that.
Right, everyone give me a perception check.
Perception.
Percepzione. Oh, that's decent.
That is not the right button. That is. I'm gonna do a
First roll of the
decent.
night, dudes. Oh no, second. Never mind.
Yeah. And we'll assume he got somewhere in the middle there too.
Mhm.
Dean and Lucas, you basically there's someone kind of gives a little bit of a shout on the street, kind of a little bit of the street from you there, not of like more just like like kind of like that, not a scream or anything else, but just really like kind of someone like what? And so someone kind of look. You see just down maybe about a couple stores down. Someone's kind of like looking around back and forth there. Amethyst, you will spot. Like you hear, you kind of look up there, but what you catch there is there's like an awning off a store there, kind of one of the fabric awnings coming down there, and something has like you see kind of the depression of something in the awning that's not visible, and it kind of moves away, and then he obviously hops off the awning or something like that. But you see something. It's not very big, but he goes boom, and then kind of moves away and disappears. Well,
then I'm gonna bonus action revelation flash the invisibility.
Cool. Right.
And I'm gonna say, oh yeah, that's another thing. Apparently there are imps loose in the city, coming from somewhere, and Dahlia has asked that we find out where they're from.
With the invisibility, you will see kind of the outline, kind of the glowy outline of a small creature, maybe about 1.5 feet, 2 feet tall, maybe, with sort of little like nubby little wings and a long tail, who is literally has hopped off the awning and has climbed up the side of the building and hopped off the building on the other side and is kind of like scrambling on the building itself. You can't really see. I'm going to put it out here. You can't. It's kind of like you see the outline of it, so you can't see color or anything else. But you've seen enough little things. A little like fiendish little creature. With a 27, also, I'm also going to say it's carrying something, almost like a backpack. Like it's kind of a little harness. It's so it sits down below his wings on his back, but it's definitely carrying something. But it is invisible, and kind kind of scrabbling on the side of the building, heading further down the street away from you, heading back toward the Lyceum, essentially. Let's see. Yeah, so that's you see in from there as well. So yeah.
All right.
No,
Oh, if they're evil, let's go smash face.
they're evil, but they're coming from they're devils. They're demons. Sorry, but they're coming from somewhere. Oh no, devils.
I believe they're devils. Yeah, they're fiends.
Devils.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, devils and demons are both fiends, but yeah, they're devils.
Yeah. Devils. They're coming from
Face it
somewhere.
down.
Okay. Yeah, only person who can see it currently is Amethyst. It's sort of like I said, it's kind of scrabbling at the side of the building, kind of hopping across. So it's on the kind of the side of the building. They're kind of scrabbling along with claws.
Then
Okay.
let's go. Let's go get it. Point
Um,
the way.
what am I gonna do? I guess I could just dispel the invisibility.
Well, you do it at will. You just do it again.
Yeah. Then let's go with Hold Monster.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, it's what's the range on that?
Yes.
Nope.
90 feet.
Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and just do. I'm going to roll. It does have advantage because they are magic resistant. So I will roll a d20 twice. 1 and 2. Wow, did not that good though. Amethyst, as you can see it, you kind of lean out there and kind of you bring it out there, and I mean it's you have to kind of move a little bit to get to there, but it's just sort of like kind of scrabbling along there, kind of looking around, kind of moving along. It doesn't seem to be flying.
Mm-hmm.
You see that much there. It is literally like little claws dug into the side of the building, like climbing on the side of there. You go ahead and hold, and just sort of like seizes in place there, and it's just up on the side of the building. So little claws dug in, and it's just sort of like stuck on the side of the building currently.
I want to go and get him, but I want to know what's in his backpack.
Okay.
I'm gonna fly up.
Okay, you fly up there. You fly up there, and he's sort of like kind of struggling there. We'll give him one more chance to nope, that's still not enough. Actually, still has advantage. Okay, still not enough. Because you're 21 now, or 20? He only has a +1, so okay. All right, so yeah, he's kind of starting to move a little bit, but he's sort of like kind of like trying to pull a claw out there, and you reach up there and just grab him. And he's sort of like just kind of you pick him on the side of the building and hold on to him there. I mean, like I said, it's about a foot tall, like a little over a foot tall there. So, but it's held in place there. You still see him, like you all see Amethyst fly up there and like grab something and is holding something that like it's kind of doing this. You can't see what she's holding because it is still invisible.
Okay. Look in the backpack, I guess.
You kind of like pull it out there, and what you see is a sphere, roughly about yay big, and it is covered in runes and various script, and it's kind of like bands of like runes. They're not like glowing or anything else, but it's all like this carved. It's kind of this dull gray stone sphere with these like runes carved all around it, in like sort of like bands that wrap around. And you'll see that like as you kind of turn it, like the runes, like as you're looking at it, the runes are all like this. As you turn it, the runes stay.
Okay.
Obviously magical.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. Bag of holding for now until we can figure out what the hell that is, I think.
Does the sphere become visible once you take it out of the backpack?
Yes, I will say that when you pull out the backpack there and to get out of it there, you can see that Amethyst is now holding, like basically holding onto this the little imp by the scruff of the neck, kind of thing like that, and kind of by the little backpack between the wings, and is holding a spear. And as it tilts, yeah, it is definitely magical.
I guess we can just. I don't have like fairy fire or anything like that. I can't make him visible. Well, I guess I could dispel it because he can't. He can't do it. He can't do it well while he's being held, can he?
I mean, no, he can't take it. He can't take actions, right? So yeah, it's an action to be invisible again.
Yeah.
Yep.
I guess I can do that then. I mean, what do you want to do with him?
Fly back down to the folks here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And put him on the
People are-
carpet. Take him down to the others.
Okay, so this you're still holding on to him there. We'll give him one more round of saves just in case. Nope.
Okay.
Well, he has a +1, so he has to roll a 20, but 19, yeah. So all right. You see him just fly down, sphere in one hand, kind of holding the imp on the carpet with the other. The invisible imp. What would you like to do?
I mean, I don't think they talk, do they? Do they speak?
Sure do.
You can communicate with them, shall it?
Yeah, they're intelligent and they speak Common and Infernal.
Okay.
That's why
Then-
they're bilingual, yo.
As long as
Yeah.
they don't have any kind of. I don't know. I don't know what they can do. Like I don't. We've never come across an imp before, but I mean I know. I know.
You know, we got shot by them. Like a
Yeah.
whole bunch of them.
Imps?
What? No, not him.
At the very beginning of the game, didn't we?
No,
Yeah.
those weren't imps. No,
Oh.
but weren't we in the place where we get teleported to, and a bunch of imps had followed us through with all the demons that were there, or were they just demons?
They're just demons. Yeah, there weren't any imps with them.
I don't think
mean-
we've seen imps before.
I mean, you guys can give me an Arcana check if you're trained there to see if you
Okay.
know about imps. Imps are fairly common
Right.
summoned creatures. In fact, people use them as.
Right.
There you go. All right. Look at this. You know that they can change invisible. They can change their shape, and they can into some different creatures, small creatures, and they are poisonous.
Okay.
They can also see in darkness.
They're still small when they shape change though.
Yes, they can change into like a rat, a spider, or raven, like something's roughly the same size.
Okay. So what we need is to have some kind of way of holding them without being unable to speak. You suggest anything? Either that or
Yeah.
just I don't
I mean, Old Monster, I'm gonna say he can kind of like he's kind of like making little like grunting sounds. They're straining at their magical restraints there, but he can't do anything.
I can't speak to them. That's not a thing I can do.
you can
No,
speak
it's-
common.
I factually cannot. I am speaking broken common.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
I speak draconic, dwarvish, elf, and giant. I do not speak common.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
I guess I mean I can ask it questions and then detect thoughts. I guess. Ask it why it's here, who sent it, where it came from, what its
Yeah.
mission is, what's
What's
its purpose for
the
being here.
What's
Yeah.
What, Ellie?
what is the ball and the purpose of the ball?
There you go. That too.
All right. Let's see. I'll go ahead and make it other. Now you're holding monster on it, so if you're doing detect thoughts, it's going to be releasing its releasing concentration. So that will loosen the thing. You went quiet on me.
Can I just hold it in my hands?
You can try.
I don't know what else to do. Like,
Can I do a like?
I can.
Can I say can I hold on to it? Like
Yeah.
like a dexterous, like, you know.
I mean, someone can grapple it. I'm just saying. It's
I'll
not,
do some. What's it called? What's the judo? Like the
sure.
you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So as you grab the tiny little thing and just kind of like you kind of reach out there and kind of feel where it's at.
If I
And
dispel the invisibility, you can hold monster on it while I talk to it. If you
Yeah.
do that.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
Or if you've got any other ideas.
All right. So we're just gonna say go
I'll
ahead.
cast the invisibility first.
Okay.
I
Okay.
can't cast the ones who can't see it.
That's why I
Okay.
said if I dispel its invisibility, but if you could do that, then just do that.
Yeah, I'll just do that.
All right. So you do see invisible. It's not requiring concentration. So you just see this little imp there, all sort of outlined, and it's kind of like you see it in almost like in black and white. It's sort of that. So let me see it. You go ahead and hold monster. I'm not going to bother saving throws at the point there, as you have this thing at your mercy. You detect thoughts and start asking it questions, and and just kind of like grunting and trying to resist. I know this. Let me get one more will save against the thoughts. Let's see if he can hold out. No, he cannot. He's rolling bad. So, so he will. You gotta push into his mind there, and it's weird. You've never actually detected thoughts on a fiend before, and it's just this like. There is a really weird mix of emotions and thoughts in here. Um, you there's a lot of fire and flame and heat and fear and hatred and all this you kind of pick up all these like sensations and everything else that start sorting through them, trying to figure it all out. And what you will pick up on is that um, since it can't really resist you delving into it here, it was told to put the sphere in important places along with all of his little friends, especially places with lots of magic and lots of magic.
Well,
It was heading for the big tall building over there. And the sphere, it doesn't really know what it does. It just told to bring it there.
Okay.
It doesn't know a lot. It's just following orders and being told to where to go.
Okay.
And what you will pick up is that he is not the only one here.
Yeah. And there are more spheres as well.
Mm-hmm.
so do
Um.
this thing's neck, or like what do
Oh
we
yeah.
do?
Okay.
Right. Yep.
You can't resist. You basically just, and as soon as you do, it sort of like puffs into this like brimstone and smoke and just kind of heat as it just and dissipates and goes away.
Okay. Well, now we're hunting for more of these things.
Mm.
So
We
you're
also need to go to all of the places with lots of magic and warn the people in there to look for these spheres.
As I say,
And-
let's raise the alarm. Let's get a hold
Yeah.
of like all.
Did you not ask it who sent it?
Yeah.
I missed that one.
Oh.
Didn't.
Well, crap! Now I got to find another one.
Okay.
I was gonna say I don't think you did.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We'll go. Okay.
Looking for another.
Uh-oh. Connection? What happened here?
For what?
Oh, sorry. Everyone froze for just a second there. So weird. Okay. So where you headed?
The Wizard Guild, I guess.
That's where he was heading.
Okay.
Well, it's just on the street. So you head there. Give me perception and or investigation checks.
Wow.
The
Okay.
magic ran out.
You
Yeah.
know what?
Um,
We all got like some super awesome high modifiers, and none of us rolled above 20.
Okay, here we go. DM inspiration. I've rolled 220 so far, and then I had to get the one, didn't I, out of the way. Probably going to do another one now, but you know, it's worth a try.
Do it. Do it.
Nope. So,
Okay.
crap.
all right.
I will do it. I will use my inspiration. Let's see if I
Yes, you got a 19. I'm going to say you will find. Let's see. Let me just try this here. One moment. You will find 4 more spheres stuck on the side of the building.
Okay.
I will climb
Like-
up and get them all.
So they are very much like tucked. They kind of blend in almost there, but you can kind of see 19. You will see the you're kind of looking at the building there, and like basically about the second floor, third floor, you will see kind of these little round objects kind of stuck to the side of the building there, that and they actually have shifted color to kind of blend in with the stone of the building. So you only spot them by the shape that they are. But you kind of pull it off there, and it does the same thing. That spinny sort of like the runes shift around there, same as the other ones. It feels a little bit warm to the touch. Like it's also sort of blending in. Like the temperature feels the same as the stone of the building itself on a summer day.
I'm gonna do sendings to Nils and Janan. I will suggest that Lucas gets in touch with Alindra, and
You can tell the Duchess too while we're at it.
yeah,
City.
yeah. And also let's head to the Wizard Tower and go and speak to them.
You're there right now, so
Yeah, let's go in there and tell them, show them the thing. I mean, if they want to take one and investigate it, but I wouldn't keep it in the building. I think it needs to be away from here. We don't know what it is or what it does, but if anybody can find out, maybe we can. Has anybody got? Well, what's it called? ADHD brain.
identify.
Identify. Thank you, Timothy.
No.
Jim.
Identify or legend lore. Like the Uber identify.
Who's got legend law? No.
The pitfall spell, yeah.
Then I'm going to ask for. I'm
Nils.
guessing Janan can do that. So I'm going to ask
Yeah.
for her to come out and meet us away from there.
Yep. So Nils kind of like, I'm on it. I'll look around, and
Thanks.
good to hear you're back.
We were coming to see you next, actually, but a few things have just cropped up. So if you
Right.
can get anybody who can find things, and also there are invisible imps flying around. So if anybody can see invisibility, that would be really useful too.
I'll make sure of it. Right. Okay.
Oh.
So he will be out and checking things out there. At some point within probably about 10 minutes or so, Janan will actually meet you outside the building. Essentially, one of the guys will you show it to the people there. They will actually send out some more martial looking guys there.
Yeah.
They'll kind of scramble a few in there. Number will stay obviously in the building, but a couple will come out there and will just kind of activate flying abilities, and they're off and flying. In terms of directing where to go, you say like places of magic, but where you in places you want to send them in particular?
Well, I mean, the Mystic Menagerie is obviously full of magic items. The Wizard Tower, the college, Nils, anywhere we know that there is magical people living, or people with a lot of magical items, or and obviously the more people we tell, anybody that you know that has magical items, anybody that you can think of, just message them as well. Like, get the word out, get people searching for these balls, put them into bags of holding or something out of the way, and let's figure out what's going on and what this is and who sent it.
Okay.
And we're going to look for another imp to question because we want to know who sent them.
Okay. right, so things are happening. Things are moving around. So where do you want to head?
Looking for another little imp here. So, where would be the next? We were just at the wizard's thing. Next
Lyceum.
good
Yep.
place of magic.
Mystic Menagerie.
Yeah, the Mystic Menagerie, or I was thinking
that's
like
great.
some of the temples.
Nils's place, yeah.
you know,
Also
or
Mavel.
Nils's place. Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
not to
Mabel's
mention
always good, isn't she?
The
Temple
I
of
was
Light
thinking
has
the
that
vault.
thing underneath.
Wait,
what's-
want to set sign, dude?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Nan. My bad.
The Temple of Light has something underneath it that's super magical.
Yep,
Mhm,
that's what I was. Yes, that's what I was just thinking.
okay. All right. So heading down along the way there, you will see that as you pass by the Eldritch Arena, there will be a couple of folks there kind of like scanning the outside of the building there. They've obviously found an orb or two on that building. Linda didn't find any specifically on hers. She's only has at the kind of the lower level of a bigger building. So they you don't think there's actually she's fairly certain that there isn't anything there specifically. At some point, Nils will say that yes, he found 3 on his in his building.
Shot.
Yeah. However, you don't hear any, and everyone else there. So where kind of in that what you're saying, where were you headed first?
Let's go
You know-
to the temple.
Yeah.
So heading down the street there, kind of heading down along the river. Amethyst and Lucas both see visibility for an hour. By the time you get there, as you approach, yeah, you see a problem.
mhm.
There are dozens of imps all
Right.
over that place, all invisible. It is it is absolutely like I wouldn't call it a swarm, but there are definitely a lot of them. Kind of all like some are flying, some are crawling around there, some are there. So that's what you see as you approach. So you're probably about here or so when you start to see them invisibly kind of swarming around the place.
The Lyceum, did you say?
No, the Temple of Light.
Temple of Light.
Temple of
Temple of
Light.
Light.
Oh my
Where the
God.
Vault of Light is, yes.
Where the vault
Yeah.
is, yeah.
Where all the scary magic items are.
Yeah,
Well,
Yeah.
where
Where
the coins were.
where
Yeah.
the coins were.
there's a lot of it's Warehouse 13. It's literally
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what a great show that got canceled.
I know.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Anywho,
All the
Yeah.
just get cancelled.
Yeah.
so that's where we're at.
Yep. See, as you see, there are like dozens of imps flying, crawling around. It's just, as you approach, you definitely spot them there.
Cast Hold Monster on one of them.
Sure.
And I'll take out my sling because it can hit 2 things at once. Just
Okay.
start rocking away.
Okay, so you're starting to attack them. All right. Yeah. So Lucas, yeah, you like one of the ones that's kind of we'll just because it'll be funny. He's flying along there, and it's like basically he's kind of flying up like a perimeter kind of like that. About the time it noticed you guys coming there, you just kind of boop, and it just drops to the ground, boop, lying there on the ground. It's kind of like this little the wings outstretched, its little like claws this way, like this lying there on the ground, immobilized.
I can't see anything.
Nope.
What are
It's-
y'all snacking at?
Yeah. So that's what you guys see for the moment there. I will say you will occasionally see one appear for a couple seconds and then disappear. Because as they do things, they tend to make themselves visible. So and then they become invisible again on their next turn when they can expend their action. So it appears and then disappears again. So these little red-skinned, like little bit cherubic looking, kind of like horned tiny devil things with wings and a pointed tail.
Do you want to cast detect thoughts on him again, Amethyst?
Yep. Well done.
Okay. You dig into there, and it's kind of a jumbled mess of who, like you try to like kind of force into his thoughts of who sent him, or who ordered him to do this or whatever, and it has sort of a mixed up image of a large red-skinned devil, like kind of like him, but make him 12 feet tall and on steroids. It's kind of what you're seeing here. And Amethyst, yeah, that's an image you recognize.
Okay. Follow.
That's sort of the you don't like hear a conversation or anything like that, but basically it's like being ordered by, well, Trexiarch.
Trexiarch. Oh God.
Whether there's it's a jumbled mess. There's some flashes of images of other things. And give me a perception check to see what you pick up from his thoughts here in terms of the kind of the flashing images of things. Okay. Yeah, essentially that what we'll just say is that you catch that there. You will also just in that image of there's a lot of other like devilish creatures around in this space where it's at when it's being told to do this. But the image of Trexiarch being there, like you don't see him commanding him, but you see him there when he's like, who sent you? And that's the image you see, and you kind of like blink for a second there, almost losing the connection, and then coming back to it. But the last thing you'll see is a little a very small, like glowing, like reddish circle appear in the air that it jumps through. And then it closes up there, and now it's in this area here. Not like here, but like somewhere in the city. You don't recognize it exactly. It was dark when it came through, though.
Should we like send out the thing to everyone on this little place here that there might be incursions into all of the major cities, and we should probably be looking into that because that's kind of what these people are like.
Mm-hmm.
I'm scared that it's headed back to Raven's Crest.
Well, I'll message Alia and see what she says.
Yep.
I'll tell her to alert everybody and just get a watch, make sure that Alden's on it and stuff. And
yeah, Eldon to make them see invisibility.
Oh yeah.
Goggles.
Your initial communication with Elia, because it's a straight up communication there. There doesn't seem to be any problems, but we'll alert everyone and tell everyone to keep an eye out. I'll make sure Eldon knows, and we'll keep an eye out for things, but don't see any problems right now. You be safe, and hopefully we'll see you soon. Kind of go from there. So yeah, between so effectively, Athena, with the little flashes and you can kind of move into a space where you saw one flash there. It's kind of like it's very similar to like the summertime when you're grabbing fireflies. Those of you from back east that have ever done that at nighttime, the little flash, and you're like, oh, there's the flash again. You grab it again. So you're kind of like there with your axe, and it'll appear, and you swipe out there and just cut one out of the air, and it drops to the ground there and poofs into brimstone smoke. Same with you, S. You can kind of like same thing, like watching and looking there. It appears, you jump on it and smash and claw and rip. And I mean, they don't have enough hit points to withstand a round of attacks from you guys. So it's you start to thin their numbers very quickly as you kind of like take your time to do this. Meanwhile, the priests have come out there and they're sort of like seeing what's happening, and they are looking like scouring the building there based on what you're telling them to look for these. And all the ones that are flying don't have orbs. The ones that are crawling around still have orbs on them. The orbs actually have a pretty good weight to them, so you realize they can't fly while they're carrying them. Yeah, you quickly start to pull them aside there. The orbs, these orbs have not really warmed up yet, let's just say. So these still feel kind of cold to the touch there. There's still, the runes are still swirling around it and everything else. You will spot as some of the priests pull it off there, take them away. There's one of them sort of like you'll hear sort of a cry of alarm as he like as one of them flinches and drops it to the ground. You can see there's smoke wafting up from his hand.
Are they
As
getting hot?
well, that one seemed to be.
Okay.
It is kind of smoke. It lands in some grass, and the grass kind of blackens and puffs into a little ring of fire around it there, and as it kind of winks out. So what are you up to next, based on that information you've seen so far?
I don't know what to do. The only thing I can think of is to put them in extra-dimensional spaces until they know what they are, what they do, and then dispose of them somehow.
Yeah.
The orbs?
Maybe teleport them into the middle of the desert somewhere and just dump them, or something. But this, or destroy. I don't know. I don't know. But this is obviously some kind of act of war or something. This is awful. And if it's Trexiarch, then it's not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if they were forming a bag of holding, if they're going to blow up, it's a blow up your bag of holding.
Well, at this point, we'll say between the priests working on it here, and you guys doing what you need to be doing there and looking around, they gathered up 16 of them so far.
Can they be dispelled? I'm going to try and dispel
Try.
one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Give me a charisma check. It is higher than third, so.
I was gonna say, can I just smash it like a baseball?
Yeah,
You
that's
can-
what I was wondering. If I
You can
could
definitely try. Go ahead and give me an attack. Give me an attack roll.
just
Okay,
force
okay.
Okay.
I don't want them exploding though. I don't want anything happening to the city.
Okay.
We're also going to have to message Dravia. I've probably used all of my 3rd level spells, to be honest, on sendings.
Okay,
I've sent out 3. I've only got 3, so that would have been at 4th level anyway.
Okay, 4th level. Let me just verify the level of the spell that this is actually contained with.
Okay.
You've got sending stones as well, though.
I haven't got sending stone.
A 14
You do.
will not do it.
Okay. I'll just try again then.
I'll try and dispel one.
Okay. What level?
Just try
Just
to.
okay. Go ahead and make a charisma check. Okay, that'll be enough. You will see sort of the runes there's kind of spinning around it there will stop moving. And the stone quickly sort of like the stone, we'll say the one you picked there was kind of warm in your hand, but it wasn't burning in your hand there. And it just really and it just stopped moving. But it is dispelled.
I will shout over to the mages to start dispelling them right away before anything happens.
The clerics will start doing that because they can. There are no mages over here,
Okay.
so sorry. This is a temple, so. But no, it's fine. Those that can will start casting dispel magic there where they can. There, a few of them are able to kind of wink them out there. So within a time there, they gather some more up. You will have like 5 dispelled. And at this point there were 16 originally. They have 14 now that are still active. and 5 dispelled.
Okay.
We haven't even gone to the mage's toy yet, have we?
Did the
That
one that
they're working. Like
uh,
that's where you found the first one, so they're all out there working, doing what they need to be doing. And not sure where Nils at. So go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, ask.
did the one that Athena hit shatter?
16. That'll hit. It does not shatter. It's a good solid hit, and you can kind of see, like you smack into it there. It doesn't break.
Ask, hit this one, and I'll throw it to him like a baseball.
I'll set it like on the ground.
What if it's going to explode? If you hit it, it might just explode. We don't want them to explode.
So I actually crit on that.
You certainly do.
Why do you crit on 19s?
Yeah, I do.
Nice.
So we're going to. Oops, that was supposed to be a crit. Sorry.
Okay, not a problem. Not a problem. All right. So let me ask you this, because you guys are smacking this here. Where are you?
Away from people, like
I was
I'm
like,
assuming.
yeah, I was like, in like the middle of the road, like away from other people.
Okay. All right, so
Yeah.
you kind of rush away there. Yeah, yeah, you feel it there, and as you start to do that, it's sort of like vibrating a little bit, and you put it down away from everybody else there, kind of like yell at everyone to get away, and you just jam your claws down there, doing force damage. It cracks and explodes. Give me a dex save. This will probably be okay for you, but let's just see.
Am I close enough?
No, he ran off to do it. Okay, you're good, which is good because you have evasion. As the 12d6 explosion that happens in a 20-foot radius blackens the ground all around you, you all kind of hear this massive explosion from over there, and everyone sort of looks off in the direction there as Esk has essentially like wreathed in flames. Like there's this massive explosion there as this is effectively works like a delayed blast fireball.
Okay, so no one hitting them. That is not actually good. Sorry.
Almost like I expected that to happen or something.
Well, listen, we didn't know for sure what was going to happen, so we found out for sure.
Esk, where you are standing, however, I need you to give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no.
Okay, well.
Athena, do you know who Trexiarch is?
Nope.
No.
24.
He is the demon who holds the blade that is making shattered souls.
Yeah, you like it's the guy from your nightmares that.
Right, but I didn't know what his name was. I've only ever seen him.
I'm telling you, that's who he is. He's that guy. He's the pit fiend who is making shattered souls with his sword.
So
well, then
Esk,
let's go make him dead.
So Esk, what you will feel as you kind of like cool guy ignore the explosion moment there, you will then feel this sort of like weird mental tug and pull, and you look back and there's sort of this little warping area in space in the center of that spell. And you sort of like force yourself away from it there, and it just sort of like fizzles and warps out.
What? I'll like question and then explain that to everyone that just happened.
You look. I'm just looking here. Both give me your Arcana checks, the two of you, seeing what's happening over there in the middle of the fire.
What happened? Sorry, I missed it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you rolled a 10, so you didn't spot it. So okay. You were everywhere else there. So Lucas, what you will see there, it's literally sort of like a dimensional warping for the most part of there, and there's you haven't seen it happen before, but it's very with a 20 Arcana. This would form a rift.
Oh god, they're portals.
Nothing opens, but it's that sort of warping energy that would potentially form a rift.
Right.
And looking at the ones that are all around here, you see just how much of what would happen here. You will see as you kind of like as now you will actually spot one of the priests from the Vault of Light will come up there with a satchel and is like literally at this point like walking up to everyone who still has an orb there and is throwing them into this, like, it's a bag of holding obviously, and is throwing them all into a bag of holding, and just like one after the other until they all get collected. A few more are brought up there and he throws them in there. And there's going to be a moment where a couple things happen. You will see a very odd sight. Running essentially up the street toward you is a familiar figure. White hair, dark clothes, kind of a raccoon look there as Torben is running towards you. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. The temple. Kind of pointing back where he came from there. As you also realize the temple of the Raven Queen is right here.
The Raven Queen.
Okay.
So that's what you see. What's all of you? There's something happening. Something happening. And like, come on. And kind of like beckoning you to run after him, essentially, kind of pointing down the street where they came from.
Are they good here?
Well, at this point, they're throwing those things into a potential holding. So essentially, they seem to have things pretty well in order. Imps have been mostly dispatched. Those you see visible still. There's only a couple of ones flitting around, flying around there. You know, they don't have any. They don't have any orbs on them at this point. So you kind of see. Yeah, you see this little this kind of wiry little raccoon guy running past you, essentially running up to everybody, saying, "This way, this way."
Yeah, I've never seen that guy before.
Have
Nope.
do you guys know him?
No.
Yeah.
He does call it, but this is Lucas by
Yeah.
name.
Yeah, he used to be
Yeah.
with the party at one point for a while.
Okay.
Briefly.
So are we good here or do we need to like go help him?
You'll see actually one of the high priests there at this point is like go.
Okay.
On it.
Yeah.
We'll
They're
go.
on it. Okay.
You get down to the corner and turn the corner there. And at that point, two things happen. There is a muffled, weird explosion sound kind of behind you. As you glance back over your shoulder, the satchel has sort of like there's sort of a weird like warping effect around the satchel with, and then it just kind of goes and it's gone.
The satchel is gone?
Yeah, it disappears, and then nothing happens there. But ahead of you, down the block, you will see a massive, dark explosion of energy. There is as it's just this like series of explosions that all happen at once. And you can kind of feel the force of it from here as when you're basically 2 blocks away. You're kind of coming around the corner here when this happens. The force of it almost knocks you off your feet. Kind of stops you dead in your tracks for a moment there as it hits you and kind of makes you rock back a little bit. There's just this almost like there's a black cloud that erupts from the whole place. The energy warps back in on itself, and this dark rip occurs across, like just in midair above where the temple used to stand.
Oh shoot.
Wow.
The two of you have seen something very similar to this. What is happening next? That
When
black
all
rift is there,
when all the undead came through from
and there is sort of like a dark cloud forming up above it.
Hmm.
As sort of the black smoke clears around it there, you will see that there's nothing left standing of the buildings around.
were the people still in there? I'll ask Torben.
He's just sort of standing in shock, looking ahead. All the priests, all the people, yes, they were all there. They were fighting imp things. I was fighting imp things. I came to get help. And he's sort of like he's just standing there in shock, like just completely just like completely out of it.
Athena's just gonna bull charge over there.
Okay. As you
Yeah,
do,
same thing. Ask with rage and take a
Yeah.
ride.
okay.
They're I think they're taking all of the mages to where they are. They need more people, don't they? They're taking them through. They're making portals and taking them through.
What you see as you get closer is that something is coming out.
Oh no.
In this case, one moment here. In this case, what you see is undead. Very clearly undead. As these shambling like forms. There are like you don't see bodies. You just see blackened, like scorched earth, broken earth. The wall, as you get closer, right about here, you see this there. The wall out on the cliffside here, there is gone, like just like knocked completely flat. The buildings on the opposite side of here are flattened and just turned to rubble. Um, but you're right about here. So as you see the first of the undead, at first they're just sort of like skeletons shambling along, sort of like wispy looking figures, like coming out from a blackened rift that's still open there. So, what would you like to do in this situation?
I'm booking it. I'm going
Okay.
straight to him.
Okay.
I'm raging.
Okay. So you go charging into them. Okay. And I will just this is just to put it. This is all gonna be on the theater of the mind. It's too much is happening right now to put it on a battle mat, and like see what you're doing here. But we will sort of moving into just the kind of sequential around the horn initiative kind of thing like that. So the two of you rushing in, you certainly run into some difficult terrain as the ground is like broken and the cracks in the street and everything else. But you kind of both of you have like enhanced mobility issues, so you can kind of like hop over them and kind of get in there. You slam into the first ranks of undead. And they're sort of like skeletal type, like zombies and skeletons, essentially. Nothing much. And you just, I mean, immediately, I won't even make you roll for it. You're just like laying waste, ripping through your claws, smashing with your axe, and the two of you just ripping into them.
Fire and
Yeah, fire arcing out there. You see all of that.
Can we see through the rift? Or can we just see
Uh,
them out of it?
Go ahead and you as you two you kind of follow up behind. Give me perception checks on what you can see. You definitely see sort of like a kind of you definitely see something beyond the rift. Yes. But what details you see? Okay. I said you guys are just wading into the fire. Um,
We are. We're just literally losing our minds, making sure they don't get closer.
mhm.
They stay as close to the
Excellent.
portal as possible. Yep.
Okay, Lucas, you will see that there are more like sort of you see sort of a weird like photo negative landscape of like buildings and everything. But the buildings that you're seeing on the opposite side are like broken and obviously dismantled and smashed and everything else. They're not an exact mirror image of the buildings you're seeing here, but there are buildings on the other side. But you will see, there's definitely more of these shapes kind of moving toward this open tear in the sky in front of you. And it's sort of like stepping, it's kind of moving through. Amethyst, you will see, again, same thing, but you see one thing that's a little bit more concerning is the fact that there is a winged shape, like flapping and like over those broken buildings on the opposite side there, that's moving toward. It's easily the size of uh um the dragons that you fought recently, and has that similar look to it.
Dragon?
Yeah, it is a very draconic shape there, kind of wings flapping, coming toward the opening. So, the two of you seeing that, what would you like to do in this situation?
I'd like to cry and go to Raven's Crest.
Teleport out, yeah.
I remember Sora
Goodbye.
telling us something about dragons coming, but everybody kept saying, it's just a dream, you'll be fine.
Yeah. Well, Sora's not here to help, so.
Nope.
I
Lena's using
mean,
her walk stick.
Is the portal on the ground, or is it?
It's sort of it's kind of a jagged like line that, yes, it does, and it's not they're coming out from the portal itself. It's sort of a warping in the air around the portal, and they're kind of stepping through almost like a veil where the tear is. So like a black line torn across the sky there, and they're stepping through that space. Above, a dark cloud is starting to circle over top.
I'm going to be doing as many sendings as I can to try and get people to. I mean, I'm going to try actually. I'll speak with Elia first and get her to message any people that I know that she can already message. Get the word out. I think we might have to evacuate the city. I'm going to tell Zelia that something big is coming. It looks like a dragon. So.
Okay, well,
I'm
it's
going to drop a wall of fire onto the portal where
Okay.
they're coming out.
okay.
Oh,
So you
yeah.
just a line of fire rips across there. You see the everything, all the zombie skeletons that are kind of right there, just sort of just rip up into flames. There, they obviously can't come through. Um, it doesn't stop the dragon necessarily, but yes, they're definitely they kind of, at this point, anything that gets close to that spot is getting immolated by fire there. So those of you that Athena and Esk, you kind of
Mhm.
waiting through. You see this wall of fire pop up there, but the heat side's away from you, and you just start dispatching everything that already came through
Mhm.
very quickly. It's all sort of weak stuff there. Your axe is cleaving through like 2 or 3 at a time. Esk, you're just ripping along there, just like tearing off limbs and just doing all this nonstop whirlwind of claws and tail. Lucas, you sort of do that there. So it's hard to gauge distance from the warping in the air there to where things are, but the dragon is moving closer. It is not coming through at all yet, but you can see it there. And with Emma sort of mentioning a dragon, because above the flames there, you can kind of see a dark shape, flapping wings, moving toward the portal. It's hard. It's impossible to tell how to gauge the distance there, but it's still a ways off. It is obviously moving in this direction. Um. One thing I will say, Esk and Athena, some broken, twisted bodies will like stand up from the rubble on the buildings across the street and start moving toward you. They're obviously much more fresh in terms of their injuries, and they're still bleeding, but they're obviously also undead, and moving, kind of shambling toward you, shuffling their way toward you. So
Do I recognize this like what the ogres were doing? Ogres?
ogres weren't doing any undead wise. This was
Like they
uh
were bringing
there
them
wa-
back and reanimating them.
I mean, all you can see is there's some people like from the rubble across the street here that are now walking, kind of shambling their way toward you, like broken limbs hanging limp. But they're sort of like just like moving toward you in this like
So these are
zombie-like
the
fashion.
people that just died in the explosion, and now they've been reanimated.
That's
That
what I'm
seems-
asking because
Yep.
like Athena would
Mhm.
not have seen this before, so
Yes.
for her that is
Yeah.
it's just bad. That's bad. But I will yell. The fresh ones are coming back over to Esk, and then remember that we had the telepathy thing, and then I will tell Amethyst and Lucas that the people who were killed in the initial explosion are now coming back to life.
Mhm. And that corresponds to what you saw um, with the necrotic storm, which is brewing above. It will animate things underneath it. Athena, yeah, again, between you want to go after them, you want to try to do something else. You want to. There's this wall of flame above there preventing moving into the space, but
So I was fighting some undead down in the death marches, but did I
Mhm.
learn anything about them? Like once they've become risen, there's no like way to
Oh
bring
no,
them
yeah,
back. Right.
undead or
Okay.
undead. At that point, there's like yeah,
No,
they're not
no.
they're not
Then
home. There's just a body there that's being animated by necrotic energy. You know that for a
then
fact. Yeah.
yeah. Then I'll just go over there and make sure that they don't like go toward people who are still like hanging on
Okay.
or
Yeah.
whatever.
And
Yeah.
seeing that she has that under control, I'll just keep
Okay.
trucking away at what I'm doing
Mm.
here.
Right. You quickly dispatch the ones that are shambling toward you and the ones that are like the stragglers from that were on this side of the wall.
Mhm.
Nothing else comes through at the moment there. So Amethyst and Lucas,
Do
you
you
have
think
some.
the rift is magical? You can dispel it.
Absolutely. Well, it's definitely magical. You know, not sure about dispelling it, but you could definitely try something. So, what would you like to try?
Try dispelling it.
Okay. Is there anything you want to do to try to boost this or make it do something more than a normal, just straight up dispel? Any items you want to use or anything else?
Any items you want to use?
Do you have anything in your inventory that might be help boost something or any tricks up your sleeves that might make it a little more powerful than normal?
You can cast it at a higher level, maybe. What this might be.
Jim,
I
I
get
know you
advantage on
said
dispels with a gem.
Yep.
you
Well,
said that the spell the or like they're coming out of it, and now that there's a wall of fire sitting there. But like before the wall of fire went up, did I feel like being pushed back, or was I felt like it was being sucked in
no,
at all?
it's just sort of think of it sort of as a kind of a shimmering space there. It's sort of like stepping from, and those of you looking at this now, and you would know this too. That Shadowfell. Like you were looking at
Yeah.
Shadowfell on the other side there. So things are stepping out from sort of a little like curtain or a veil, and they're stepping out of it right now into the immaterial plane.
Okay, so if I've
So
seen that, I'm probably going to start dropping back a little bit.
I would say, give me a history check.
Because
It's,
it's
it's,
my
it's an odd
dream.
thing here. Yeah. Well, this wouldn't be so much in your dreams specifically, but you may have seen this. Oh yeah. Um, you've seen a rift like this, not like this exactly, but a similar rift, because these kind of rifts open up in Death March on a regular basis. Esk, you know this too, because
Yeah.
you fought there as well.
Yep.
Essentially, small rifts, not this big, would open up from the Shadowfell, and things would come through it, and you basically would mobilize and attack things and dispatch them. So you've seen smaller scale versions of this exact same thing happening in Death March. It's just it's happened here kind of artificially.
Yeah, I know it's
Um,
on the other side. I don't want to go over there.
no. Yeah. At
No.
no point have you ever gone through a rift to the other side.
Neither
You
of
just
us.
stop. You stop what comes out until eventually either the rift fizzles out or someone does something to close it.
I'm going to telepathically tell Lucas to do whatever he can, or Amethyst to get it closed.
Lucas, you just say you have advantage to dispel with the
Have the gem of chaos. Yeah.
yeah. Go on then. I'll let you do it since you're.
I mean,
You got anything?
coordinate and both do it.
Yeah, both do it.
We can if
Yeah.
you want to.
Cast it at the highest level you can.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
8th level dispel.
Yeah.
Okay. Like the same thing. Okay. Good. Both roll me your dispel your charisma checks. Okay.
Oh, you guys rolled the
That's
same number.
exactly.
That's great.
That's awesome. So okay. So effectively what you've got here, those of you at this point, so we'll just say that you're kind of like forcing this close there, and it's taking a little more longer than normal because like you are casting the spell, and normally you just kind of like and it's gone. You're almost like forcing this back, and you're almost at this point it's turning into a ritual that the two of you are kind of Amethyst. You are using your mental energy and all your aberration like senses and magic to kind of like turn reality back to what it's supposed to be, kind of closing this rift here. Lucas, all of your knowledge, all of this, you're literally like ripping it apart seam by seam, using the gem of chaos to kind of rip out random threads in places to kind of force this thing closed. So it's taking a little bit of time. The two of you, Athena and Esk, you will see as a fairly large looking, like what might be similar in size to a, say, giant zombie, uh, just comes through the flames and it's on fire. You both jump in there, smashing and ripping and slashing on this thing there, taking a couple of hits as the thing's just slashing and thing around. Um, um, but Amethyst and Lucas, between the two of you, um, as you kind of are watching and seeing this, there's that winged shape coming closer, and at this point you start to making out the tattered looking like wings that shouldn't hold something that size aloft. This glowing sort of like kind of greenish pale green eyes, and the same thing with the mouth there as it's like flapping and coming to closer, moving in there. But there are gaps appearing within the rift that's there, and then eventually as the thing's getting closer, the wall of fire flares up, and you literally tear the rift apart, and it sort of like starts to like almost like a tattered bit of cloth as it sort of like flaps and spreads away until the rift is gone. The wall of fire is still there, still burning the last remnants of things that came through. And after a moment, the cloud above, the dark cloud that was forming above there dissipates and fades, and until you see normal sky above. It is quiet. It is deathly quiet as the rubble around you is lifeless and dead.
Is the
Truly.
necrotic storm gone as well?
Yes, the last trails of clouds, of dark cloud above there fades away. But the temple of the Raven Queen is no more. Amethyst, Lucas, you realize something else very quickly. That right there is the Gort Trading Company.
Oh no.
Yeah. It's like gone.
It is right across the street. So yeah,
Mm.
it
We're
is
gonna have to
rubble.
go.
It is rubble
gonna-
as well.
I'm gonna get on my flank.
And I'm gonna like, get my wings out and jump up in the air and see if I see like any other undead.
Okay.
If I can
Yeah.
see.
You will see a couple. You will see a couple of stragglers.
I
Typically,
wanna-
things that they're kind of like in the rubble, sort of struggling, but obviously not able to get out. Essentially, and you can easily kind of put them to rest at that point. They are unable to get out from pinned underneath the rubble that they were in there, but they are moving still. And with this, as you approach, the building is sort of blasted back. But there is no sign of anyone in the building.
God, that's not good either. And they don't ever leave it empty, though, do they?
Not that you've known.
I'm gonna just go in and search. I'm gonna shout out people's names and
You don't
You're
find any.
ascending.
You don't
What?
find any signs of bodies.
You're ascending.
I'll do a send into Strega.
Okay. What do you say?
Yeah,
Strega, where
25
are
words
you?
or less.
What's that? Just go ahead.
Strega, where are you? Your
Thought?
warehouse just exploded.
What? No, I'm in Aziris. I was brought
Oh,
to
thank God.
Sora's eggs are here, and we were spending time visiting, and the warehouse is gone. What? And that's where I'll stop there.
I'll send another one and say, stay there. We'll make sure the city's safe. Something big just happened, but we've stopped it for now.
Yeah. There. Okay. So he will. Thank you. I will send word to people I know. Find out more. Thank you. But we are safe.
Thank God. Mm-hmm.
Do you
in
want
the-
to
Go ahead.
contact Raven's Crest quickly?
There's
Yeah,
a
I'm in
Well, the
continual
Raven-
contact with Raven's Crest.
Elliot doesn't report any problems. Things are quiet there. Nothing seems to be a problem there.
So we don't believe that it was specific to the Raven Queen. It was a high magic area.
And just this is the farthest away from where you discovered it.
Is
Right.
Dravier okay still?
Between various people doing sendings there, you will see actually Grimbar will show up there because his house is literally over here. So he probably heard the explosion and saw the rift and came down here to check it out there. He has a sending rod, and he will send word off to Dravier. Dravier is fine. Nothing seems to have happened there currently, but based on what you tell him, he will send multiple things out to people to watch out for imps or anything else like that or whatever else needs to happen. The warnings will go out. No other explosions happen within the city. Well, there are a couple of minor explosions that happen, but nothing that's going to on the scale that you saw down here. Roughly, they all detonated around the same time, but the majority of them had been removed or hadn't been fully placed yet, or anything else happened. So while there's a little bit of damage here and there in spots, no other rifts opened up, no other major problems happened. Nils will check in, say that he found a number of them and dealt with it, but the city seems to be, at least for the moment, quiet. And while you are among the rebel here of Temple in the South, everything else seems to be okay.
It feels targeted.
Well, that was intense.
Yeah.
It is targeted. Of course it is.
History checks for those of you who are Lucas and Athena. Other people can too as well, but I know you two.
I don't care about history.
Sure, no bother. That's fine.
Ooh,
About-
failed
Okay,
that one.
that kind of makes sense. And Lucas, 25.
If
This
you
one
did
is
score high enough, I'd use mine.
this one makes sense because you would know this especially. This is how the cataclysm happened.
Ah.
The reason why Anul Karun is the middle of a desert is because the Temple of Pelor, the massive Temple of Pelor in the middle of Karun, the original city there, exploded all at once and unleashed heat and fire all over the region there, leaving behind a crater.
Oh, shoot.
Ask and Athena, as he mentioned, Lucas, if you mentioned that there, asking
Yeah, I
Athena,
will do.
that's why Death March is what it is because
Mhm.
massive. They had a massive temple of the Raven Queen that
Mhm.
blew. Well, actually, at the time, it wasn't the temple of the Raven Queen; it was a temple of a previous god. Because the Raven Queen didn't exist back then. A temple of rest, essentially, that exploded and opened a plane, open areas of the Shadowfell, and left undead, and it's still there. Other things happened as well. This is essentially, at least partially, what caused the cataclysm. It just happened on a much larger scale and all at once.
But we managed to get rid of a load of these spheres, didn't we? So it would have been a lot bigger had we not.
Yes.
Yep.
And you just realize, imagining here where the Temple of Light had gone up and the Ivory Lyceum and a lot of other locations around the place.
Definitely would have. Mm-hmm.
In checking in with folks and kind of in the aftermath and seeing with here, the Temple of Zilkus, totally fine.
Stupid beholder.
Well, yeah, when you can negate magic by looking at it, they never had a chance. It was targeted, but there wasn't a problem there at all because if you have a beholder there, it just goes, get that magic ray.
Yeah.
Look, it like all the imps were suddenly visible and unable to do anything, and
Speaking beholder.
yep, that's it.
Stupid
And then just
beholder.
bam, 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 imps get destroyed and bombs
Has he
don't
got
go
any
off.
friends he can send here?
No, beholders don't have friends.
So not really.
I guess we can let Dahlia know she doesn't have to leave now, but she
Yeah.
needs to set something up so that
Yeah.
this is something that people are on the lookout for.
Yeah. With Janan being involved and Nils being involved as well, and just basically the Lyceum in general, they immediately kind of go into like detective mode, and like anyone that can will be monitoring the city, looking for any kind of activity of that, knowing what they're looking for. This seems to be you can see kind of this has sort of that proof of concept. It would work, but at least in this case, it didn't have a chance to be fully realized.
And if it happens again, they need to let us know so that we can come and help.
Yeah.
I'm afraid that if they wait to tell us that it's starting to happen, we might get here too late.
We can teleport and be here in an instant.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
With things sort of calming down, obviously there's a lot of alarm around the city. People are worried. Word spreads very quickly about what happened to the temple itself, and the area around it, which is a Torben will essentially kind of thank you for trying to help. I suppose I have somewhere else to be then, and we'll sort of head back.
Does he want taking to the Temple of the Raven Queen in Raven's Crest?
No. I will stay here and do what I can to help. I can still work with the Lyceum and see what I can do. But
Okay.
You might be able to help rebuild it.
Hmm. I'm sorry
I
about your
don't know.
people, Torben.
Don't know who
Yes.
you are, but I'm sure that good people around here will help rebuild.
yes, they will. I'm sure. Sure there are others who can do what needs to be done.
Can
It's-
can Torben do a sending?
He can, yeah. Yep.
Can he send to someone he knew in the temple to see whether they're not there or they've just been sent somewhere else?
So he does work across dimensions, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Careful, Jim. Giving out too much information.
Yeah. Um
It's what we're
he
expecting.
he will pause and no. She's not answering. I don't know. I can't tell. I I I will search. I will find people. I will find those that can help rebuild and find more. It was good
If
to
you
see
can,
you.
it was good to see you too.
Yeah.
Sorry about the circumstances. But if you can get anybody to scry on any of the people who were in there to see if they're still alive or where they are, we might be able to help you get them back.
I will check with Janan. She might be able to help.
Yeah,
And
I
anyone
would.
else when I see him. So and so he will start heading that direction, kind of trading back up the road there. Um Effectively about where that the one is here, there is a divot in the ground. Not that like an explosion divot, just like it's not there. Like it's just like space where there was ground there and there's not. There is a like a weird looking hole where there's a gap in what the ground used to be. But the building is intact. The priests are all out there, sort of like still looking around and still checking things there. They, having heard what's happening here, they are heading down this direction to do what they can to anyone on the outskirts of the explosion. And roughly the space is just gonna put it out here. Roughly about that big.
Wow. Okay. I'm just glad that Strega and family are with Sora and not here. That would have been awful for her.
Sora had sent a message ahead of time that she was going back to Azurus to lay eggs. And I asked for him to come, and he had said he would see what he would do.
Okay.
He made the arrangements and did go, along with his family.
Were
And
his
friends.
bodyguards and everything? His friends
they
too?
all-
Yeah, everybody.
Yeah, they all went. So
Thank
in the end,
goodness.
I think chicken was Sora, and Sora, yeah, they're here, they're fine. Molvatosh and Lizard Man and everyone, they're all here. So
Good.
and Sora has had 3 eggs.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
They are in the hatchery for however long it takes.
She never said.
Oh, it happened very recently, so she was so yeah, it literally happened within the last day or so. So, with that, however, the city itself, well, it's really improved on what happened and the tragedy of it and everything else. There's definitely a sense of Oris is an odd place, and you'll realize as we'll get here. A lot of weird and bad things have happened in this place over the centuries. Being the kind of focal point of a massive war, being the place where magic is fairly common and everyone else sees these kind of weird things like that. Strange things happen here all the time. And so while the people that live in the southern port there are a lot more affected by what here, everywhere else is sort of like, that's weird. Hope it doesn't happen anywhere else. And so, but there's also already rebuilding happening. They're clearing the rubble. They're bringing out people to they'll put them to rest, and they're sort of like rebuilding and fixing things up as much as they can, magically and non-magically. A lot of wizards and artificers that work in the city are there lending their aid to do things magically as well. Priests are there to help anyone and do what needs to be done to anyone injured is taken care of and helped. And so it doesn't within a day or two, like the spirit of rebuilding and healing is already underway.
Glad to see that. That makes me feel good.
So, in that time, we'll call it essentially that evening. Happened earlier. You find yourselves in a very sort of for the Tankard Tavern, a subdued place. But there are a lot of people there. They're drinking. It's less party and celebrating and more sort of like, that sucked.
Mm-hmm.
We need to like we'll recover. We'll be better, but let's drink and remember and do what we can to have fun, so life can continue. So in the tankard, Athena, there is an odd almost recognition. Not so much that you know these people, but there's something weirdly familiar about them. A little similar to what you felt when you saw Amethyst, but more so. As you meet three people, who are all much older than you. Although it's hard to tell. There's two dwarves, who are in their 80s, which is still kind of young for a dwarf, and a half elf, who's definitely showing signs of aging, but he's a monk, so it's hard to tell. At the table there, as you meet Perrin, Mabel, and Ironar, who all three of them sort of look at you in the same way of, there's something odd, as these three have had the same nightmares and or visions that you've had.
Oh,
because your souls were friends with one another and they died at the same time in the same place.
So,
or if they have the same nightmare, they're the same soul.
No,
no, not the same soul.
No, different soul.
It's same fight, different camera angles, as I mentioned before. And it doesn't take long to kind of like make the connection there. The description comes out, and what they know and what you know is that yes, they were all the captain of the airship, Andarillos, had been struck down on deck of the ship itself, while Melifandir, who you had been on the ground nearby some of the other wizards that were all fighting and everything else. And they recognize, again, it's not a recognition of like, I know you.
The soul.
The souls know each other.
It was the same when I went into the home of the prince. When I went into the palace for the first time, I felt like a sense of belonging, a sense of like I've been there before, even though I know I'd never been there. my soul had been there before, because I was
Yeah.
the Crown Prince of Port Aurith.
Not the same level of recognition that you had, Amethyst, when you met your actual other fragments.
Yeah.
That was a much stronger connection, but it's lesser degree than that. Yeah.
So I would probably walk up to them gingerly, because I still don't know who they are.
Mhm.
And did you find all of yours?
Most of them are dead now.
We did. And for a time, this will be Mabel talking. For a time, we spent time together. Never all at once. But we all knew each other, yes. And they kind of look around. You're the only ones left.
That's sad.
They had 6 in their group too, didn't they?
7, 4.
7.
Plus 4, yep. It was Addie, Darvel,
And Titus.
Titus, and Dessa.
I have not met any of my group. It's strange to know that others are seeking each other out.
You did not know how it will happen at once. It's sort of a few of us. Effectively, the 3 of us met here, actually. Dessa was with us as well. We lost her fairly early on that we met.
Lost as in battle or
she was
old?
killed, yes. She died. And we did not have connections or abilities to have her brought back. And then, much later, years later, Darvel, Deravan, he died of old age. And then lost Addie and Titus. Yes.
So what happened to their soul? Like, I'm assuming they died, right? And does it get reborn and you feel a new one?
No. You do not know.
Well, for Addie and Titus, their souls were basically
Taken. Yeah.
taken out of them, so they could not be restored.
Used as a battery during the ritual.
Yep.
Well, we managed to put the souls to rest eventually.
Perrin will look at you, and we do not know for sure, but it's my belief that when we all pass, the souls will reform into one once more, and all be born again as a single person once more.
That makes perfect sense.
Does it?
It is my hope
Hmm.
to be reunited once more, but it depends. We do not know. It is hard to say.
When you pass, your soul goes somewhere. So these souls must end up in the same place and join back together, and then go to the next person. Maybe. I like the idea of that.
I thought when we died, we went to the Shadowfell, which is why I didn't want to go anywhere near that rip.
There are places in the Shadowfell that are fairly calm and peaceful. Those that go to the Raven Queen's side rest in the mausoleum, a place of quiet and peace. No suffering, no pain. It's a place to rest until it is time to return.
Not the one in Port Aurith.
No.
I've seen the other side of that portal before, and it is not so peaceful. Yeah.
Einar sort of looks over at you. Too soon, lass. Too soon.
I know. I watched it happen. It was awful.
No, I know. It's a bad
It's
thing.
awful.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So, do you feel
Breathe the drink.
whole
No.
together as a group, or do you feel like there's a piece of you missing?
No, there's connection. And I don't know, but there's a definitely connection. We can sort of feel each other. We can sort of spend time. Wrong accent. Sorry. Spend time. Being almost finish each other's thoughts. It's someone you know really, really well, and you're not really sure why. And the more time we spend together, the more time we get better at it. It's some feel a stronger pull than others. Some do their own thing.
So,
Yeah,
like,
Ray.
I got a lizard man as one of my people. I can't even talk to him.
Not all. I never could talk to anyone. That wasn't my thing. I don't think Perrin could either, really. Mabel, she popped into our heads a lot. Yeah, we all have different abilities based on how things go. Perrin can sort of is more of a calming presence, the calm in the storm, really.
We'll turn to Amethyst. What can you do?
I will say telepathically, well, I can do this.
Well, yeah, we have the little bracer things.
No,
No, without that.
not the bracer.
Without
Okay.
that, I can do that to anybody within so much of a distance, 30 feet of me. I can also speak with Ellie no matter where we are, all of the time. Like, if you ever see me just sort of looking off to the distance or just talking to myself, I'm usually chatting with Elia. Anything that happens, I'm talking with Elia. If ever you look at me and you say something and I don't hear you, it's because I've got her voice in my head. Kiva, I mean, you saw what Kiva can do, because I sent a sending to Kiva and she basically, her voice popped up in the room next to us and we could both hear her. That's what she can do. Gildor paints. He has visions and he paints. He feels strong emotions and that's what he paints, which is why the painting that I told you about, the specifically the first one we found was the one of Elia and I kissing, which was very strange to see somebody else's. Yeah, but
moment right after you kiss, yeah.
yeah, and he also painted pictures of Wraith. He's painted a picture of me when I was leaving my home to go off.
The goblin city.
The Goblin City, yeah. Which is why they turned up in the museum.
Well, then I wonder what they can do, because, like, I don't do anything that you guys do.
Well, you know the voices in your head? That's them talking to you. So,
I don't have voices in my head.
You sort of saw things.
I see dreams and hear their voices there, but I don't hear.
Also, how you learn their languages.
I thought it was from the dreams.
I mean, yeah, but you hear them when you sleep for the most part. You don't hear them when you're awake, but you definitely hear them. Yeah.
What he said.
I think you need to learn meditation. I think that Perrin could teach you a thing or two about meditation and about concentrating. I can speak to you about my candles. We can see if you can get some of those voices in the daytime and not just at nighttime when you're concentrating, and see if you can't find out where these people are and find out. I mean, everybody I found, I accidentally found. Apart from Elia, who I went looking for because of my feelings for her, apart from her, everybody else is just kind of like, I hiccuped and there they are. There's just been like finding you. I know that you and I aren't connected in the same way, but us finding each other, that is some kind of, that was meant to be in some way, I think. And it gives me hope that we can find more. We can find the rest of your group at least.
Well, that would be interesting because one of them, I think, is a mer person.
Nice.
Mermaid? Nope.
Nope.
You need
Merman?
to learn to
They're a
swim.
human
then.
merchant over in Trenzel. Yeah.
There you go.
They're
There you go.
human. Yeah.
A
Yeah, you know it.
human?
Yep.
Not a mer person.
No. They live in
Mer.
Trenzel, but yeah, so you've seen mer people through that person's eyes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Well, with that, as the conversation continues, shifts back and forth between talk of what happened, what's still to come, talk of interesting abilities and shattered souls and time spent training in various places. A lot of conversation will continue long into the night. You're all still too keyed up for everything that happened to really just drift off. Eventually, Grimbar will show up there along with a dwarven woman who's you normally see working behind the bar, but is actually with him, and he'll grab the table right next to you guys. Kind of an overflow. Alindra will show up, knowing where you are, and obviously wanting to be where everything's happening. You guys will spend a not a lively evening of music and debauchery and drinking, but more along the lines of conversation and connection that is needed in a time like this.
I
So
will attempt, though, to, at the end of the night, drink Athena under the table.
Good luck, sir.
okay. So both of you go ahead and give me con saves to see how the night ends for the two of you.
She's like 6 times your size. I mean,
I know.
Oh dear
But
lord.
I am immune to poison.
Yes, there is that.
There is that.
There you go.
Ooh, a 19.
Close. I
Okay.
rolled a 17.
So between your immunity to poison and the fact that you roll a 19 in your con save, Athena, by some weird thing here, you kind of as you're kind of drifting off and looking at him, as he's just smiling at you, still downing his drink there, and you didn't roll terrible. It's just that
Yeah, I did. I rolled a 9.
oh, you rolled, yeah,
I rolled a 6.
you rolled a 6. Okay, never mind. Anyway, what I would say, you will kind of feel you're still kind of slumping off to the side there, and as you are the largest person at the table there, they end up having kind of you end up getting shuffled off to sit on the floor with your head back against the booth there. As the evening continues on, and eventually you will find yourselves taken off to places to sleep, and we will continue there next time in 2 weeks. As I said yesterday, we won't be playing next week there because birthday time. So, thank you all for being here. Thank you for watching, everyone. I hope you all had fun. Very different session here as we had to do a lot of narrative catch up and things, but we have some more stuff to do, and we'll see where things go next time. But as always, thanks for being with us. Thanks for hanging out with us now and in the future. And as always, drinks are on us. We'll see you again real soon. Bye, folks.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Have a good night.
Thanks, Jim.
All right.